What if the shadows whispered secrets of eternity, and the very ground beneath your feet concealed a world where the living dared not tread? The Roman underworld, a labyrinthine expanse ruled by Pluto, beckons with an allure both terrifying and enchanting. Here, the air thickens with sorrow, as souls linger in a twilight of their own making, suspended between life and oblivion. A haunting chill sweeps across the landscape, where rivers of lament intertwine with the echoes of the damned. Each step deeper into this forsaken domain shifts the very fabric of reality, pulling those who dare to cross its threshold into an abyss of forgotten truths. The stench of decay hangs heavy in the air, a grim reminder of the fate that awaits those who defy the natural order. Yet, amid the despair, flickers of hope ignite like fireflies in a moonless night. Ancient rites echo through the cavernous halls, where the living plead for the dead's favor, attempting to bridge the chasm of silence that divides them. In this realm, time melts away, and the past collides with the present, weaving intricate stories of betrayal, love, and the insatiable quest for power. As the gates of this otherworldly domain creak open, the chilling whispers of lost souls fill the air. Tales of heroic battles fought and lost, of forbidden loves that defied the gods, and of the relentless pursuit of vengeance tantalize the mind. Every shadow holds a secret, every flicker of light a promise of revelation. The tension mounts, coiling like a serpent, ready to strike at the heart of those who dare to venture forth. In the distance, the sound of chains rattling sends shivers down spines, an omen of what lies ahead. The dwellers of this underworld are not mere specters. They are storied figures, each with a narrative steeped in tragedy and ambition. Lost kings, forsaken heroes, and vengeful spirits roam these corridors, their desires twisting like the very roots of the ancient trees that loom overhead. What sins have they committed that brought them to this unforgiving abyss? And who will be the next to join their ranks? A figure emerges from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, yet possessing a magnetic pull that draws the living closer. Is this the ferryman, Charon, or the lord of this domain himself? The air crackles with anticipation as the lines between the mortal world and this haunted paradise blur. What bargain must be struck to navigate these treacherous waters? What sacrifices will be demanded in exchange for a glimpse beyond the veil? The pulse of history resonates through every stone, every wisp of fog that hangs over the river Styx, a haunting reminder that the past is never truly buried, and the present teeters on the edge of revelation. As the veil thins and the whispers grow louder, one cannot help but wonder what truths will emerge from the shadows, and whether some secrets are better left undiscovered. The journey through the Roman underworld is about to unfold, and the price of admission may be the very essence of life itself. The winds howled through the desolate hills, carrying whispers of lost souls and forgotten stories. In the dim light of dusk, shadows danced and twisted, echoing the ancient beliefs that shaped a world both feared and revered. For the people of Rome, the underworld was not merely a dark abyss. It was a realm teeming with life, a place where every soul's fate was woven into the fabric of existence. In the beginning, there was chaos, a void that birthed everything. From this celestial emptiness emerged the first of the gods. Among them was Pluto, the keeper of the underworld, a figure often cloaked in shadows, his presence both chilling and compelling. He ruled over the souls of the departed, guiding them through the dark passages of the afterlife. The Romans believed that when the breath of life faded, the journey began, a passage that would take them beyond the earthly realm into the enigmatic depths of what lay beneath. The river Styx was a critical part of this journey, a gleaming ribbon of water that separated the living from the dead. It was said that a fare must be paid, a coin placed in the mouth of the deceased, so Charon, the ferryman, would transport the soul across its murky waters. Imagine the anxiety of families, their hands trembling as they carefully placed the coins, hoping to avoid the fate of being left to wander the shores, lost and alone, for eternity. Myths filled the air, rich and vibrant like the colors of a sunset. The stories of Orpheus, who dared to venture into the underworld to reclaim his beloved Eurydice, sent shivers down the spines of those who heard them. He played his music, a haunting melody that even the stone-hearted Persephone could not resist. But the tension rose as he turned to look back, losing her forever. The bittersweet reality held a mirror to the very fears that gripped every Roman heart: love, loss, and the haunting question of what lay beyond death. The ancient Romans held elaborate beliefs about the afterlife, their funerary customs steeped in rituals that reflected their respect for the dead. Tombs sprang up like mushrooms after rain, grand monuments adorned with inscriptions that spoke of lives lived and legacies left behind. Each inscription was a plea, a hope that the souls would find peace in the underworld, and perhaps even favor with the gods. The fear of being forgotten, of fading into oblivion, was a powerful motivator for these elaborate send-offs. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a veil of darkness over the land, stories of the underworld grew ever more vivid. The Romans believed that the underworld was not just a place of torment and darkness, but also one of potential redemption. They envisioned Elysium, a beautiful paradise awaiting the souls deemed worthy. Here, spirits could frolic in fields of golden grass, untouched by pain or sorrow. The contrast between Elysium and the fiery pits of Tartarus ignited a constant struggle within the hearts of the living. The tension of living a righteous life weighed heavily on their souls. Every decision could lead to a fate far worse than they could imagine. The concept of the underworld was also tied to the changing seasons, a reflection of the cycle of life and death. The tale of Persephone, stolen by Hades and forced to spend half the year in the underworld, mirrored the agricultural patterns that governed Roman life. When Persephone descended, the earth lay barren, echoing the grief of a world losing its vitality. When she returned, life blossomed anew. This cycle was a reminder of the constant ebb and flow of existence, a poignant reflection of the fragility of life and the inevitability of death. As the Romans gathered around flickering flames, sharing stories of the underworld, they were not just recounting myths. They were grappling with their deepest fears and hopes. The fear of losing loved ones, the anxiety of their own mortality, and the relentless pursuit of a legacy that would echo beyond the grave. Each tale spun was steeped in emotion, a tapestry woven with threads of joy and sorrow, love and regret. The rituals surrounding death were not mere customs. They were lifelines to the past. Mourning periods were observed with intense emotion, as families draped their homes in dark fabrics, signaling their loss to the world. The tears they shed were a form of communication with the deceased, a way to ensure that their loved ones were not forgotten. Each cry carried with it a promise. You will be remembered. In the shadows of the graveyards, the spirits of the departed lingered, waiting for the offerings of food and wine that families would place at their tombs. These acts of devotion were not just wishes for peace. They were entreaties to the underworld, asking for the protection of the living. The Romans believed that the dead could influence the living, guiding them or haunting their dreams, a constant reminder that the line between life and the underworld was perilously thin. And so, the tales of the underworld flourished, each story more captivating than the last, drawing listeners in with the promise of suspense and intrigue. The veil between the worlds began to blur, and as the moon rose high in the night sky, the Romans listened with bated breath, caught between fear and fascination, as the stories spoke of what lay beyond the grave. The underworld was not just a destination. It was a heartbeat, a pulse that echoed in the darkest corners of their minds, leaving them yearning for more, for understanding, for the comfort that came from knowing they were not alone in their fears. As the fire crackled and flickered, casting long shadows against the ancient stones, the tales deepened, promising more wonders, more horrors. The underworld was alive, and its stories were far from over. The veil would lift, revealing the secrets that lay waiting in the darkness, beckoning those brave enough to listen. Standing on the precipice of the unknown, they couldn't help but lean in closer, their hearts racing at the thought of what lay ahead. The air hung thick with an unsettling chill, a reminder that not all shadows are cast by light. In the ancient world, whispers of the underworld sent shivers down spines, and every tale told around flickering fires spoke of its geography. A place where the sun dared not tread, where lost souls wandered in eternal twilight. This realm, ruled by Pluto, was not merely a destination for the dead, but a labyrinth of landscapes that echoed the sorrows of the living. From the moment one crossed the threshold, the ground beneath shifted from solid earth to a strange, porous terrain. Rivers of despair wound their way through this domain, each current carrying the voices of the unfortunate. The river Styx, glistening ominously in the dim light, served as the first barrier to the land of the dead. Its waters, dark and forbidding, swirled with the memories of those who had perished. Charon, the grizzled ferryman, awaited at its banks, his bony fingers gripping the oar that had guided countless souls across its depths. The air was thick with tension, a palpable reminder that once one crossed, there was no turning back. As travelers ventured forth, they would encounter the fields of asphodel, a vast expanse of gray flowers that seemed to bloom from the very sorrow of the souls that roamed there. It was an eerie sight, souls moving in slow, dreamlike patterns, each reflecting a life lived in shades of regret. They drifted amongst the flowers, seeking the comfort of remembrance, but finding nothing but echoes of what once was. The air was suffused with a haunting melody, as if the flowers themselves whispered the lament of lost hopes and dreams. Further along, the landscape transformed drastically. The air grew thick and sulphurous, marking the entrance to Tartarus, a place not merely of punishment, but of despair so profound it seemed to warp reality itself. The jagged cliffs loomed ominously, casting long shadows over the gaping chasms that held the tormented. Here, the cries of the damned intertwined with the very sound of the earth trembling beneath their weight. No soul was exempt from its grasp. Even the mightiest of heroes found their fate entwined in the torment of this place. In this terrifying landscape, the fabled titans were imprisoned, their enormous forms twisted and broken, a stark reminder of their fall from grace. The very rocks seemed to weep, sending down a cascade of desolation that echoed the suffering of those who dared defy the gods. As the winds howled through the canyons, it felt as though the spirits of the fallen begged for release, their voices blending into a mournful symphony that reverberated hauntingly through the chasms. Each cry, each whisper of lost potential, hung heavy in the air, creating an atmosphere thick with grief and anger. But the underworld was not merely a realm of anguish and sorrow. Hidden amongst the gloom were pockets of beauty, such as Elysium, where the souls of the virtuous found their peace. This serene domain was a stark contrast to the suffering elsewhere, filled with lush meadows and vibrant colors that seemed to pulse with life. It was a place where laughter rang like music, where the burdens of past lives melted away beneath the azure sky. Yet, even here, a sense of melancholy lingered, an awareness that joy was transitory, a fleeting moment in a world otherwise steeped in shadows. The geography of this realm was as complex as the souls that inhabited it. Descriptions of its topography varied from one culture to the next, shaped by their fears and hopes. In Roman mythology, the underworld was divided into regions, each marked by the deeds of its inhabitants. But no matter how one depicted it, the essence remained the same. A world where the lines between life and death blurred, where every corner echoed with stories of what had been. As the inhabitants traversed the eerie landscapes, a strange allure drew them toward the depths of the underworld. The promise of knowledge and understanding was intoxicating. To walk among the dead was to grapple with the essence of existence itself, to confront the questions that haunted the living. What lay beyond the final breath? What truths could be gleaned from those who had walked the path before them? The air crackled with a tension so thick it felt like electricity, an invitation to question everything. And yet, with each step deeper into the underworld, the weight of despair loomed larger. The soul's eyes reflected endless sorrow, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life. The path twisted and turned, revealing the myriad ways grief shaped the landscape, creating hills and valleys that seemed to pulse with emotion. Each footfall stirred the dust of ages, raising specters of the past, and with them came the echoes of laughter, tears, and devastation. Further still, the atmosphere thickened with secrets as dark as the depths of the abyss. Legends spoke of hidden chambers where the lost could encounter their deepest fears, where shadows danced with the light of truth. In those fleeting moments of confrontation, some souls emerged transformed, while others succumbed to despair, swallowed by the very darkness they sought to understand. The underworld compelled them to face their pasts, to reckon with their choices, and the tension hung in the air like a taut bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Those who wandered here understood that the path was perilous, filled with dangers both known and unknown. The geography shifted beneath their feet, as if the very ground conspired to keep its secrets hidden. Entrances to forgotten tunnels appeared and vanished, while the walls whispered the names of the lost, a constant reminder of lives forgotten, memories drifting into the abyss. Each twist and turn felt like a descent into madness, where the question of sanity danced on the edge of reason. In this realm, the geography mirrored the human experience, its beauty and horror intertwined, a testament to the complexities of existence. The landscape shifted as the emotions of the souls unfolded, revealing valleys of despair and peaks of fleeting happiness. It was a place where the past converged with the present, where every moment was laden with the weight of history, making the air heavy with longing and regret. Each step forward was an invitation to confront the truths that lay buried deep within. As the sunless sky loomed overhead, the souls of the underworld continued their eternal wanderings, caught in a cycle of reflection and regret. The geography of their realm was a canvas painted with the vivid colors of their emotions, a haunting reminder of their humanity amid the shadows. And within this intricate tapestry, the echoes of their stories resonated, leaving behind a chilling invitation for the living to ponder, to feel, and, perhaps, to fear what lay beyond the veil of life. The air was thick, suffused with a heavy silence that seemed to echo through the shadowed corridors of the underworld. Each step through this darkened expanse felt like a descent into the very essence of fear and awe, where the boundaries between life and death danced precariously. The underworld was not just a place of the lost. It was a complex labyrinth made up of divisions, regions, and layers, each with its own stories and whispers that chilled the bone. As one stepped into the underworld, they would first encounter the gloomy entrance known as the Charon, a river of woe that wound its way through the entrance like a serpentine guardian of the dead. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, and its waters were said to be made from the tears of the grieving. Here, the souls waited, each one plucked from their mortal coil, anxious for their passage across its turbulent surface. Charon, the stern ferryman, would appear like a ghostly figure emerging from the mist, his eyes carrying the weight of countless souls. Those who had not received a proper burial would linger hopelessly, their desperation palpable, gnawing at the edges of their being as they pleaded for a chance to cross. Beyond the Charon lay the fields of asphodel, a vast, somber plain where souls wandered aimlessly. The flowers that bloomed here were gray, a reflection of the soul's indecision and uncertainty, neither punished nor rewarded. They drifted like shadows, memories of lives filled with laughter and love, now reduced to whispers that barely brushed against the wind. The air smelled faintly of decay, mingling with nostalgia, as echoes of laughter became distant murmurs, haunting the landscape. It was a place of reflection that stirred a sense of longing, an eternal reminder of what had been lost. Further into the underworld, the atmosphere thickened as one approached Tartarus, a dark abyss reserved for the most heinous souls, where punishment was a relentless torment. The walls of this infernal pit rose high and jagged, cutting into the darkness like sharp teeth. Here, infamous figures from history could be seen, their fates as grim as the stories told about them. Tantalus, forever reaching for fruit just out of grasp, and Sisyphus, eternally condemned to roll a boulder uphill only for it to roll back down, a never-ending cycle of despair. The cries of the punished resonated in an eerie chorus, a chilling reminder of justice meted out in a realm devoid of mercy. One might feel a shiver run down their spine, the chilling realization that the actions of life could lead to such unending sorrow. Then, there was Elysium, a stark contrast to the torment of Tartarus, a place of beauty and peace where the souls of the virtuous found rest. Here, the air sparkled with golden light, and the laughter of the fortunate rang out like music. Fields filled with fragrant flowers stretched endlessly, and the gentle sound of flowing streams provided a soothing backdrop. Heroes and poets roamed freely, basking in the glory of their deeds. Yet, within this paradise lay a hint of melancholy, a whisper that even Elysium could not escape completely. These souls, while at peace, were haunted by the memories of their former lives, forever longing for the warmth of the sun and the touch of loved ones they could never embrace again. Beyond Elysium lingered the Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, winding through the tapestry of the afterlife. Its waters promised solace from the pain of remembrance. Souls who drank from it would forget their past lives, shedding the weight of their memories like a snake shedding its skin. But for many, the choice was agonizing. To forget meant losing the essence of who they were, the lessons learned through heartache and triumph. The shimmering waters sparkled, enticing yet treacherous, as the souls stood on the brink of choice, their gazes reflecting both desire and fear. The vastness of the underworld was divided further into distinct regions, each representing the complexities of human existence. The Chamber of Judgment stood at the center, where three judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, awaited the arrival of souls. They bore the weight of decisions that would forever alter a soul's fate. Their gavel echoed through the chamber, a sound that sent shivers down the spine of every soul that entered. The tension was palpable, as the accused stood before the judges, shrouded in uncertainty and dread. The scales of justice hung heavy, tipping precariously between right and wrong, a reminder that every action has a consequence. In this somber atmosphere, the echoes of history came alive. The whispers of ancient civilizations floated through the air, weaving tales of glory and shame into the very fabric of the underworld. The echoes of Greek tragedies reverberated, the voices of heroes and villains mingling in an eternal dance of fate. The underworld was not merely a destination. It was a reflection of humanity itself, complex, multifaceted, and riddled with choices that shaped the very essence of existence. As the journey through the underworld continued, the air thickened with a sense of foreboding and intrigue. Each division and region held secrets untold, stories waiting to be unearthed. The souls that wandered these shadowed paths were more than just remnants of the past. They were living echoes of the choices made in life. They carried the weight of their memories, the beauty and pain intertwined, each moment a thread in the intricate tapestry of the afterlife. In the depths of the underworld, time twisted and turned, creating a relentless cycle of existence. The divisions and regions flowed into one another, blurring the lines between punishment, redemption, and peace. The souls who roamed this ominous land were trapped in a web of their own making, forever entwined in the narrative that defined their lives. Each breath echoed with emotion, a raw testament to the struggles and triumphs that had led them here. The shadows grew longer, the whispers louder, as the underworld beckoned with its haunting embrace. The next chapter awaited, teeming with the unknown, a continuation of the stories that had only just begun to unfold. The air crackled with anticipation, a promise that the journey through darkness would unveil deeper truths and revelations, drawing all those who dared to listen closer into the abyss. Beneath the earth, where shadows linger in the silence, lies a world painted in shades of gray and whispers of sorrow. It pulses with an energy both dreadful and mesmerizing, a place where the living scarcely tread. Here, Pluto rules with a cold, iron grip, cloaked in a dark robe, his eyes glimmering like distant stars that have long forgotten the warmth of the sun. He is the master of a kingdom that is not merely a realm of the dead but a reflection of every unfulfilled dream, every sorrowful goodbye. Proserpina, his enigmatic queen, roams the labyrinthine halls of this subterranean dominion, a flicker of life amidst the shadows. Once a maiden of spring, her laughter now echoes like distant chimes, haunting and bittersweet. Her story intertwines with the seasons, a tale of love and loss that is as old as time itself. The moment she stepped into this dark underworld, the world above fell silent, and the flowers withered, their colors fading into memory. She is the lifeblood of the cycle, tethered to both the vibrant hues of life and the somber tones of death. In the depths of this kingdom, the air thickens with anticipation. Every soul that crosses the threshold into Pluto's domain carries with it a tapestry of emotions: fear, regret, and sometimes, peace. The minions of the underworld, The shadowy figures that flit in and out of sight embody these emotions. They are the Charon, the grim ferryman, whose boat gently glides across the river Styx, carrying souls from the realms of the living to their eternal rest. His eyes are hollow, reflecting the countless lives he has witnessed, each face a shimmering wisp in his memory. The Furies dance in the dark corners, their sharp claws tapping softly against the stone walls, waiting for those whose deeds have stained their hearts. They are the embodiment of vengeance, whispering promises of retribution, their voices curling like smoke in the still air. When they come, the weight of despair hangs heavy, suffocating the spirit of the damned. Yet even they have an origin, a story woven into the very fabric of the underworld, birthed from injustice and pain. Pluto, with his somber demeanor, governs the balance of this world. He is not a tyrant, but a keeper of order, ensuring that the cycle of life and death continues unabated. He understands the preciousness of each soul, recognizing that within every heart lies the potential for change, even in the darkest of circumstances. His gaze, though formidable, holds a glimmer of empathy, for he knows the burden of loneliness. He walks the halls of his palace, where the walls are adorned with memories that cling like cobwebs, reminding him of the fleeting nature of life. Proserpina, caught between two worlds, feels the weight of her dual existence. In the underworld, she is both prisoner and queen, a paradox that fuels her spirit. Her laughter, once a bright melody, is now tinged with sorrow, echoing through the chambers like a haunting lullaby. When she wanders the fields of the dead, she speaks to the lost souls, offering them comfort in their darkest moments. She is the guiding light in a place shrouded in despair, her compassion an act of defiance against the silence that threatens to engulf all. As the seasons change, so too does Proserpina's presence in the world above. Every spring, she ascends, bringing with her the vibrancy of life, a stark contrast to the bleakness of her other home. The flowers bloom in her wake, a vivid reminder of her power. Yet as she returns to Pluto's side each autumn, an ache lingers, a longing for the warmth of the sun and the laughter of the living. Her heart beats in sync with both realms, a constant reminder of the ties that bind her to both life and death. The minions of the underworld, though often seen as mere shadows, are born from the very essence of human emotion. They are the echoes of forgotten dreams, the remnants of love unspoken, and the pain of loss that lingers in the hearts of the living. Each soul they guide carries with it a story, a piece of history that ripples through the fabric of time. They gather around the river Styx, waiting patiently, their forms shifting like the smoke of extinguished candles, a testament to the fleeting nature of existence. In this realm, every moment is steeped in tension. The air thickens with unspoken words, the silence punctuated by the occasional wail of a lost soul lamenting their choices. Here, choices matter, and each soul faces judgment not only from Pluto but from themselves. The weight of their lives hangs heavy as they are confronted with their past, their joys and regrets intertwining in a web of emotion that can suffocate or liberate. And then the moment arrives. A soul, trembling and wide-eyed, steps forward. The minions hush, their shadows retreating into the corners as Pluto approaches. The room is charged with energy, a palpable tension that draws everyone in. The soul's heart races, memories flashing before its eyes like a film reel, laughter shared with friends, the warmth of a loved one's embrace, and the haunting echoes of mistakes made. Pluto's gaze pierces through the surface, reading the depths of the soul's anguish and hope. Proserpina stands by her husband's side, her presence a soft light against the darkness. She reaches out, fingertips brushing against the soul's cheek, a fleeting connection that offers solace. In that moment, the underworld transforms. It is no longer just a place of judgment, but a realm of understanding, where every heartache is acknowledged and every story matters. The soul finds courage, a flicker of hope igniting within the depths of despair. As the judgment unfolds, the very essence of the underworld shifts. The minions watch, captivated, as the soul navigates its past, wrestling with its choices. The shadows dance, swirling around in a chaotic ballet, mirroring the turmoil within. The atmosphere hums with emotion, a swirling vortex of fear and hope, despair and redemption. Here in the heart of the underworld, the eternal struggle between light and dark plays out, each moment a reflection of the human experience. The scene teeters on the edge of resolution, emotions hanging in the balance as the soul confronts its fate. Darkness looms, but a brighter future beckons, a pulse of life amidst the shadows. The story continues to unfold, weaving through the annals of time, as Pluto, Proserpina, and their minions watch, waiting for the next soul to step forward, each journey a testament to the intricacies of existence. The river Styx flowed silently, its waters dark and foreboding, a mirror reflecting the despair of those who found themselves on its banks. Here, at its edge, stood Charon, the ferryman of the dead, his presence a haunting figure draped in shadows. His gaunt face bore the weight of countless souls, each one a story etched into the lines of his weathered skin. The air was thick with an unspoken dread, as if the very atmosphere understood the gravity of crossing over. As a soul approached, Charon's eyes glimmered with a mix of sympathy and cold detachment. "What have you to offer?" he rasped, his voice as gritty as the gravel beneath his feet. Each traveler on this desolate shore had their own burdens, their own memories swirling like leaves caught in a storm. Some clutched tokens of their former lives, shreds of clothing, rusted coins, or faded photographs, hoping to barter for passage across the dark waters. Others arrived empty-handed, their desperation palpable, the fear of eternity gnawing at the edges of their minds. The history of Charon stretched back to the depths of Greek mythology, where he was woven into the very fabric of life and death. He was not simply a ferryman. He was the bridge between existence and oblivion, a necessary passage for the souls of the departed. Ancient Greeks believed that without his guidance, the dead would wander the shores of the Styx for eternity, lost in their confusion and sorrow. Charon's role was both critical and tragic, embodying the harsh realities of mortality and the inevitability of fate. As each soul boarded his small, rickety boat, the air crackled with emotion. Some were young, taken too soon, their faces still fresh with the innocence of life. Others were old, their eyes clouded with memories of triumph and heartbreak. Charon felt the echoes of their lives resonate within him, but he remained stoic, an unmoving sentinel in a world where time ceased to exist. He was the keeper of the passage, a guide through the darkest of waters, yet his own heart was a heavy stone, burdened by the memories of those he had ferried. Suddenly, the stillness shattered as a frantic figure emerged from the shadows. It was a young woman, her dress tattered and her hair wild, eyes wide with terror. She gasped for breath, clutching a small bundle close to her chest. "Please, I must cross. I can't let him wait." Her voice trembled, desperation spilling over like water from a cracked vase. Charon studied her, his expression unreadable. "What do you have to offer?" he asked again, his tone unyielding. With trembling hands, she opened the bundle to reveal a small, lifeless child. The sight pierced through Charon's stoicism, awakening something deep within him. The child's face was serene, untouched by the anguish of the world. For a moment, Charon hesitated, the weight of his duty clashing with the pull of compassion. "I have nothing," she sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Just let me hold him once more. Just let me—" Her voice broke, and Charon felt the rawness of her grief seep into the fabric of his being. It was a familiar pain, echoing the countless mothers he had witnessed before her, their love transcending even the boundaries of death. As the soul of the child hovered near, Charon's heart ached. He knew he could not allow emotions to cloud his judgment, yet the sight of their bond tugged at something deep within him. He felt their connection, the love that defied even the finality of death. Slowly, he reached out a skeletal hand, guiding the mother and her child onto the boat, a decision made in a flicker of empathy that felt almost alien to him. With a gentle push, he sent the boat gliding across the black waters, the ripples cascading outwards like whispers of forgotten dreams. The mother cradled her child, her sobs echoing across the void, while Charon steered with a steady hand. The shadows of the underworld closed in, a veil of sorrow surrounding them. Yet within that darkness, a spark of hope flickered, a promise of reunion that transcended the veil of death. The stories of those he ferried were intertwined, each one adding to the tapestry of human existence. Charon had seen lovers torn apart, warriors lost to fate, and children stolen too soon. Each soul had a tale, a life lived with dreams and regrets, and he was their reluctant witness. As they neared the other side, the landscape transformed, the weight of the Styx giving way to a realm where memories danced like ethereal lights. Here, time twisted and turned, and the souls of the departed awaited, ready to embrace their loved ones once more. The mother's eyes shimmered with a mixture of fear and hope, and Charon felt a pang of longing for the connections he had never known. Yet, as the boat approached the shore, he knew that every crossing came with a price. The heart-wrenching cries of the living would fade into silence, leaving only the memories behind. Charon watched as mother and child vanished into a swirl of light, their reunion a bittersweet culmination of love and loss. With each crossing, he carried their stories, fragments of life that lingered in the air like faint echoes. He stood on the shores of the Styx, the eternal sentinel, ready for the next soul to arrive. The river whispered of the lives yet to come, the tales waiting to unfold, and for Charon, the cycle of life and death continued, an unending journey filled with sorrow and the flickering flame of hope. The next soul approached, eyes wide with fear and uncertainty, their journey just beginning. Charon's heart, though encased in shadows, felt the stirrings of emotion once more, a reminder that even in the darkest of places, connections could spark light, if only for a fleeting moment. The river was alive with stories yet untold, and he, the steadfast ferryman, remained at the helm, ready to guide them through the dark waters ahead. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, a heavy sigh from the world beyond, as Charon stood at the edge of the river Styx. The water, dark as spilled ink, glimmered under a pale, ghostly light that seemed to seep from nowhere. It rippled with an unsettling calm, whispering secrets of the souls who had come before. He could feel their presence, the weight of their memories pressing against him like a long-forgotten dream. Silence enveloped the desolate banks, where twisted trees bent low, their gnarled branches reaching out as if trying to grasp at the living. For centuries, Charon had ferried the souls of the deceased across these waters, a grim duty bestowed upon him by fate. The souls came in droves, each one a ghostly figure wrapped in the shadows of their past lives. Some wore expressions of fear, while others bore an unsettling peace, as if they had finally accepted their fate. Yet, beneath the calm surface of the river lay the unspoken truth. Crossing the Styx was not merely a passage, it was a reckoning. As he prepared the small boat for the next crossing, Charon glanced at the horizon and saw the first flickers of twilight. The dim sky mirrored the somber mood of those approaching. Each soul had to pay the toll, a single coin, placed on their lips to ensure safe passage. This ancient custom, rooted in the beliefs of the Greeks, was a gateway to the afterlife. Those who arrived without the coin were left to wander the shores, lost and forlorn, forever trapped between this world and the next. The first soul approached, a woman draped in a threadbare gown. Her eyes, once bright with life, were now vacant, holding only the echoes of laughter and sorrow. She reached into her hand, revealing a tarnished drachma. The coin glistened like a memory, heavy with the weight of her existence. Charon accepted it with a nod, guiding her gently onto the boat. As they pushed off from the bank, the water seemed to come alive, swirling with the cries of those who had gone before, their voices rising in a haunting melody that tugged at the heart. "What lies beyond?" she whispered, her voice quaking with uncertainty. Charon's eyes narrowed as he gazed out across the expanse of the Styx. "What lies beyond is a reflection of your life. The choices you made, the love you gave, the pain you endured. All will be judged on the other side." As the boat drifted further into the depths of the river, the woman's features softened, and memories flashed like lightning across her mind. In an instant, she was a child, dancing in the sunlight. A bride, veiled and gleaming with joy. a mother, cradling her newborn with dreams of the future. But woven through those moments were strands of regret, the harsh words she had spoken, the love she had refused, the dreams that had crumbled to dust. The river rocked gently, and with each ripple, Charon caught glimpses of other souls. A grim-faced soldier, his eyes clouded with the weight of battles fought. A young boy who died too soon, clutching a broken toy. An old man whose heart was heavy with the loss of his beloved. They all floated along the currents of the Styx, their histories intertwined in a tapestry of life and death. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept across the river, bringing with it a disquieting presence. Charon's eyes darted to the shore, where shadows began to shift uneasily. Figures emerged, lost souls, trapped in their own despair, their faces twisted in anguish as they reached out to the departing boat. Their fingers stretched toward Charon, begging for release, for recognition, for the chance to cross. "You can't save them," the woman murmured, her voice trembling. "Why do they stay? They are bound by their own choices, unable to let go of the life they once had. Some cling to the hope of return, unaware that it is the past that binds them," Charon replied, his tone somber. With each stroke of the oar, the boat glided closer to the center of the Styx, where the waters darkened further, swirling with the essence of every soul who had ever crossed. A sense of dread filled the air. It was here that the final judgment awaited. The boat trembled slightly, as if the very river itself sensed the gravity of what was to come. Charon's thoughts turned to the legends of old, the importance of the river in the lives of the Greeks. The Styx was not just a passage. It was a sacred barrier, a place where the boundaries of life and death blurred. It was said that even the gods feared to swear oaths upon its waters, knowing the consequences of betrayal. The weight of destiny hung heavily over every soul that crossed, as memories and choices writhed like shadows beneath the surface. As the boat approached the far shore, a figure emerged from the mist, a tall, imposing presence clad in dark robes. The figure of Hades himself, the lord of the underworld, awaited them. His eyes glowed with an unfathomable depth, reflecting both compassion and an unyielding judgment. The woman's breath caught in her throat, fear washing over her like a wave. "What happens now?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. "You will stand before him, and all that you have been will be laid bare," Charon replied, his gaze steady. "Embrace your truth, for it is the only path to peace." The boat nudged against the shore, and the woman hesitated, her heart racing. A cacophony of voices rose around them, swirling in a whirlpool of emotions. Fear, hope, despair. Charon turned to her, the weight of centuries etched in his features. "Go," he said, his voice firm yet gentle. "Face what lies ahead. You are not alone." As she stepped onto the shore, the river behind her began to churn violently, the wails of lost souls rising like a storm. The moment stretched, a fragile thread between the past and future. And as she walked toward her fate, the reality of the afterlife loomed before her. A realm where the echoes of choices made, loves lost, and regrets lingered, ready to entwine with her own journey. With one last look back at Charon, she felt the pull of the river, its depths calling to her, promising both terror and release, as the shadows of the afterlife awaited. And so, with the weight of her past heavy upon her, she stepped into the unknown, leaving the chilling echoes of the Styx behind but carrying its haunting song within her heart. Beneath the shadowy veil of ancient Greece, a creature of legend roamed the desolate plains of the underworld, its presence sending shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls. Cerberus, the three-headed guardian dog, sat at the entrance of Hades, each head a gleaming pair of eyes that flickered with the glow of tormented souls passing by. The air shimmered with a chilling tension as the souls whispered their fears, as heavy as the air before a storm. Death was not an end but a passage, and Cerberus was the gatekeeper, a fierce sentinel that determined who would step into the abyss and who would forever remain in the world of the living. Legend tells of how Cerberus was born from Echidna, the mother of monsters, and Typhon, the father of all things terrible. Imagine the stormy skies and the thunder that accompanied their union, a foreshadowing of the chaos their offspring would bring. Cerberus stood not just as a guardian, but as a reflection of the balance between life and death, a powerful symbol of the boundaries that separate the two realms. His fur was the color of midnight, and his breath was a swirling mist of despair, the very essence of what awaited those who dared to cross into the land of the dead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, sending a cascade of crimson and gold across the sky, the souls of the departed would gather at the banks of the river Styx, their faces pale with dread. Charon, the grim ferryman, would summon them, his voice a low rumble echoing through the silence. Yet, before they could step onto the boat, they faced the inevitable gaze of Cerberus. His three heads each told their own story, the left, a snarling beast with teeth like jagged stones, the middle a watchful guardian whose eyes pierced through the very fabric of the soul, and the right, a menacing snarl that dripped with otherworldly saliva, ready to protect the gates at all costs. For many, the first sight of Cerberus was enough to freeze their hearts. The bravest warriors, those who believed they could outsmart death itself, often found themselves trembling at the sight of the beast. They had come seeking glory or answers, yet here they were, confronted with the absolute authority of the creature that embodied the finality of life. Some would try to brave his wrath, shouting their defiance into the abyss, while others collapsed, paralyzed by fear. Cerberus welcomed them all, each a story, a fragment of history, just waiting for their moment in the darkness. The tales of those who encountered Cerberus often passed down through generations, each retelling dripping with suspense and emotion. There was the heroic Orpheus, who entered the underworld to reclaim his beloved Eurydice. Armed with nothing but his haunting melodies, he charmed Cerberus to sleep, his three heads lulled by the sweet notes that danced like whispers in the night. Yet, the tension that hung in the air was palpable, for even the music could not erase the gravity of what lay beyond the gates. One misstep, a single moment of weakness, and the guardian would awaken, his ferocity unleashed upon the intruder. In stark contrast, there were those who met their end at the jaws of the beast. The stories spoke of countless souls, wandering lost and desperate, their pleas echoing unanswered in the void. Each head of Cerberus seemed to listen intently, as if savoring the taste of anguish. The echoes of their cries would linger long after their fates were sealed. Sometimes, it felt as if the very stones beneath the creature's paws absorbed the essence of despair, fueling his wrath with each passing moment. Yet, Cerberus was not merely a monster. He was a reflection of the emotions swirling within the underworld itself. His growls were not just threats. They were warnings, a reminder of the delicate balance that existed in the cosmos. Those who sought to bridge the two worlds often found themselves grappling with the consequences of their actions. The audacity of life clashing with the permanence of death, embodied by the relentless guardian at the gates. As the world of the living continued, whispers of Cerberus transcended time, crossing borders and cultures. Artists depicted him in sculptures, poets wove him into verses, and philosophers debated his meaning. He became a symbol not just of fear, but of the human experience, of love lost and the inevitability of fate. Each encounter with Cerberus echoed through time, leaving behind trails of goosebumps and emotions that resonated with those left behind. He was a reminder that death is not to be feared, but accepted, a necessary part of the human experience. Yet, even amidst the darkness, there were glimmers of light. Heroes and heroines who dared to tread the fine line between life and death often found their own truths etched in the encounters with Cerberus. They emerged transformed, their hearts heavy with wisdom and stories of survival. Through their trials, they learned that the guardian was not just a fearsome beast but also a teacher, guiding them to confront their deepest fears. The chilling presence of Cerberus lingered in the air, a palpable tension that would never truly fade. He stood at the threshold, a bridge between life and the afterlife, endlessly guarding the secrets held within the shadows. Souls would continue to cross his path, each with their own journey, their own desires. As the tales of encounters grew, so did the legend of the three-headed dog, a guardian not merely of the underworld but of the very essence of existence itself. The night deepened, and the winds howled, a reminder that the world outside would carry on, oblivious to the struggles beneath the earth. Yet the gates remained, and Cerberus stood resolute, a figure of haunting beauty and terror. As the stories unfolded, the three heads watched, waiting, ready to spring into action as the next soul approached, their heart racing, their fate uncertain. In the flickering light of a candlelit chamber, shadows danced on the walls, whispering secrets of the past. A young Roman woman, clothed in flowing white garments, sat by a small altar adorned with offerings for the departed, fresh flowers, grains of wheat, and delicate figurines of the gods. Her heart raced as she thought of her beloved father, who had recently crossed the threshold of life. What awaited him beyond the darkness? Would he find peace, or was there something more? The thought sent chills down her spine, echoing the anxieties of countless souls before her. For the Romans, the afterlife was more than a mere continuation of existence. It was a realm filled with hope, fear, and uncertainty that shaped their daily lives and rituals. As she lit another candle, she could almost hear the distant murmurs of those who had come before, their voices resonating through the ages, longing for connection and remembrance. The belief in an afterlife flowed through the veins of Roman culture, threading itself into the hearts of the people, influencing their actions, customs, and even their architecture. Every Roman citizen was taught about the journey that awaited them. When a person died, it was believed that their soul would embark on a perilous voyage across the river Styx, guided by Charon, the grim ferryman. To ensure safe passage, loved ones would bury coins with the deceased, tokens of payment for the journey. The young woman's thoughts spiraled into the depths of sorrow and fear. What if her father had not received his fare? What if he was left to wander the shores of the Styx, lost in limbo, forever yearning for the warmth of the living? The streets of Rome were lined with tombs and monuments, each a testament to the belief that the dead could still influence the living. Families would honor their ancestors with elaborate funerary practices, believing that the spirits of the deceased remained close, watching over their descendants. A chill ran through her as she remembered the stories of restless souls, their discontent manifesting in misfortune or illness for the living. The weight of ancestral duty pressed down on her shoulders. Would she need to perform the rites perfectly, lest her family suffer? As night descended, she felt a pull toward the grand mausoleums that dotted the countryside, where the wealthy and powerful lay in eternal rest. The grandeur of these structures spoke of a belief in immortality. The more splendid the tomb, the greater the expectation of divine favor in the afterlife. It was a stark contrast to the simpler burial mounds of the poor, whose souls were often left to the whims of fate. The contrast was a bitter reminder of the fragility of life and the inequalities that defined it. She realized that even in death, the social order of Rome persisted. In the midst of her thoughts, a shiver rippled through her. What of the concept of punishment? The Romans believed that not all souls would find peaceful rest. Those who lived unjustly or committed heinous acts faced the terrifying prospect of damnation, a descent into the depths of the underworld, where they would endure eternal suffering. The stories of such souls echoed in her mind like a haunting melody, wretched beings trapped in darkness, eternally tormented for their earthly sins. What if her father had unknowingly strayed from virtue? The thought gripped her heart like icy fingers, squeezing out her breath. Even the philosophers of the time grappled with these ideas, their discussions echoing through the marble halls of the Forum. Some believed that the soul was immortal, destined to wander until it could be reborn into a new life. Others argued that it dissolved into nothingness. Yet, the uncertainty hung heavy in the air, a cloud over the minds of the populace, compelling them to seek the favor of the gods through offerings and prayers. The young woman felt the weight of this belief, the need for reassurance in a world where the afterlife was as ambiguous as the flickering candle flames. In her heart, she prayed not only for her father's safe passage, but also for her own peace of mind in a world fraught with unpredictability. Each flicker of the candle seemed to echo her silent pleas. The tension in the room thickened, and she could almost sense the presence of spirits surrounding her, urging her to remember them with love and reverence. The ancients had taught that the dead lived on in the memories of the living, a truth that brought both comfort and sorrow. As she ventured outside into the crisp night air, the moon hung overhead, a silent witness to the countless souls who had once walked the earth. She could feel the weight of history on her shoulders, the echoes of mournful rituals performed by generations before her. The air felt charged with emotion, a swirling mix of grief and determination. She yearned to connect with those who had come before, to honor their memory with rituals that transcended time. She made her way to the family burial plot, where her father's body lay beneath the earth, wrapped in the embrace of the soil. In the distance, she could hear the haunting music of a funeral procession, a reminder that death was a part of life, woven into the very fabric of Roman culture. As she knelt before the grave, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart quaked with the weight of love and loss. She reached for the soil, wanting to feel the connection to her father, to the lineage that had shaped her very existence. The night deepened, and with it her resolve grew stronger. She would honor her father, ensure that he was not forgotten, and that his spirit found peace. In that moment of clarity, she understood. The afterlife was not just a destination, but a journey of remembrance, an eternal bond between the living and the departed. The young woman felt a powerful surge of emotion, a collective heartbeat that resonated with the souls of her ancestors, urging her forward. As she left the gravesite, an electric sensation coursed through her, the promise of the next chapter lingering in the air. The ancient Romans had crafted a belief system rich with emotion, despair, and hope, a tapestry of faith that bound them to their past and propelled them into their futures. In this moment, she could feel the pulse of history, the weight of her culture resting in her hands, ready to be shaped by her choices. The candles flickered behind her, shadows lengthening, whispering tales of the past as she stepped forward into the night, where the mysteries of life and death awaited, entwined like the roots of an ancient tree. The cycle continued, a reminder that the journey was far from over, the afterlife merely a chapter in a story that had yet to be fully told. There was a chill in the air as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient village. The flickering of candles illuminated weathered stone walls, where generations of families had etched their stories. Tonight was no ordinary night. It was a night when the veil between the living and the dead grew thin. Families gathered, hearts pounding with anticipation, for this was the night of the ancestors. In the quiet corners of the village, whispers of reverence floated like smoke from the offerings laid upon altars. Bowls of rice, fragrant fruits, and delicate flowers adorned the tables, each a token of love and respect. The scent of incense curled upward, carrying messages to the spirits lingering just beyond the reach of sight. It was a ritual steeped in history, one that echoed through time, binding the past with the present in an unbreakable bond. In one home, a grandmother's voice trembled as she recounted tales of bravery and hardship. Her grandchildren, eyes wide with wonder, leaned in closer, absorbing every word as though they were precious jewels. Stories of their ancestors, warriors and wise women, came alive in the flickering light. With each tale, the room pulsed with life, the past breathing alongside them, reminding all who listened that they were never truly alone. The threads of lineage wove a tapestry of identity, connecting the young with those who had once walked the same paths. Yet not every ancestor was a figure of glory. Some had faced darkness, struggles that left scars on both their bodies and souls. As the stories unfolded, the air thickened with emotion. Tears mingled with laughter, a bittersweet reminder that life was a tapestry woven from joy and sorrow. The children felt the weight of their ancestors' experiences, the burdens they carried, and the resilience they showed. It was a heavy gift, but one that came with the understanding of their place in the world. As the night deepened, the villagers made their way to the graveyard, the flickering candles guiding them through the darkness. Each step felt sacred, a pilgrimage to honor those who had come before. The stones were old and worn, much like the memories etched into the hearts of the living. Names carved into granite told tales of love lost, lives lived, and spirits that continued to linger. The air crackled with an energy that pulsed through the crowd, an acknowledgement of life and death intertwined. Under the moonlight, They gathered around a particularly grand grave, that of the village's founder. The villagers placed their offerings with utmost care, whispering words of gratitude and remembrance. It was here, at this sacred site, that the line between the living and the dead blurred. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the echoes of laughter and the whispers of prayers. Some swore they could feel a warm presence, a loving embrace from those who had passed. Suddenly, a child, a mere slip of a girl with curls bouncing as she hurried forward, dropped her offering. The rice spilled onto the ground, grains scattering like stars across the dark earth. Gasps filled the air, and for a moment, time stood still. But then, laughter erupted from the crowd, the child's innocent blunder a reminder of joy amidst grief. As they bent down to help, a soft voice seemed to float on the night air, a gentle reminder that even in death, the ancestors watched with love and understanding. Each villager took a moment to speak to their loved ones, their voices a soft melody against the backdrop of the night. Some spoke of their worries, their dreams, and their desires, as if inviting the ancestors to share in their hopes. Others sought guidance, pleading for wisdom in times of struggle. In this communion, the villagers felt an undeniable connection, a reassurance that they were part of something far greater than themselves. As the candles burned lower, the emotional weight of the evening began to settle in. The villagers shared stories not just of their ancestors, but of their own lives, the births, the weddings, the losses. Each tale was a thread that bound them to their history, creating a web of connection that spanned generations. The pride in their voices shone through, each story celebrating the legacy of those who had paved the way. But just as joy was at its peak, a hush fell over the crowd. A distant thunder rumbled, and the sky darkened as if the ancestors themselves were responding. Some eyes widened in fear, while others saw it as a sign of solidarity from the spirits. The air thickened with tension, a reminder that the past was never truly gone, its shadows lingering, watching, guiding. In that moment, the villagers clasped hands tighter, forming a circle around the grave. They breathed in unison, feeling the pulse of life and death intertwine. As a gust of wind swept through, carrying the scent of earth and incense, they all felt it, the undeniable presence of their ancestors surrounding them, affirming their existence and love. The night was still young, and the ritual had only begun to scratch the surface of the deep connections forged through time. With the flickering candles and the gentle hum of the living, they prepared to share more than just stories. They would offer songs and dances, a celebration of life that transcended the grave. Each note sung and each step danced was a tribute to the ancestors, a way to honor their legacy, to remind them that their stories would live on through every heartbeat. And as the first notes filled the air, a sense of urgency enveloped the villagers. They felt the weight of their ancestors' dreams resting on their shoulders, a quiet plea to continue the journey they had begun. The rhythm of life and death began to resonate in their hearts, a dance that would never really end, always moving forward yet forever anchored in the past. Cloaked in shadows, the air hummed with an ancient energy as the sun dipped below the horizon. Flames flickered in the distance, casting eerie shadows on the faces gathered around the pyre. Each flicker seemed to pulse with the heartbeats of the living, beating in rhythm with the profound silence of loss. The time-honored ritual of bidding farewell was upon them, a sacred dance between the world of the living and the unknown beyond. In countless cultures throughout history, funerary practices have woven a tapestry of emotions, beliefs, and traditions. Each thread of this tapestry tells a story of love, grief, and hope for the afterlife. In Egypt, the air was thick with reverence as skilled embalmers began their meticulous work. The body of the deceased was carefully washed, wrapped in linen, each fold whispering prayers for protection against the perils that lay ahead. Canopic jars were filled with the organs, each vessel a guardian for the next life, while a golden mask adorned the face, a beacon of the spirit's beauty in the realm beyond. Across the seas in ancient Greece, the mournful wails of family echoed through the marble streets. A procession of sorrow moved towards the tomb, where the deceased would be laid to rest within a grand vessel, the epitome of respect and remembrance. Friends and family placed coins on the eyes of the departed, a payment for Charon, the ferryman of the underworld, to ensure safe passage across the river Styx. The chilling thought lingered. What if the coins were not enough? What if the soul was left wandering, eternally lost? In the depths of the Andes, the Inca honored their dead with elaborate rituals that spoke of their profound belief in the connection between life and death. Mummies, adorned with vibrant textiles, were placed in sacred caves, surrounded by offerings of food and drink, as if to say, "We will meet again." The cold air whispered secrets of the past, stories of ancestors who watched over the living, urging them to remember their roots and honor their legacy. Yet not all practices were steeped in solemnity. In Viking culture, the clash of swords and the roar of laughter accompanied their funerary rites. The warrior's journey to Valhalla was celebrated with feasts and fire. A longship, ablaze and set afloat, became a testament to a life lived fiercely, a salute to the bravery that shaped both the living and the dead. It was a scene of contrasting emotions, joy intertwined with grief, each person left behind grappling with the weight of legacy. In the heart of Africa, elaborate rituals depicted the vibrant dance of life and death. Among the Maasai, the passing of a loved one summoned the community to come together in a whirlwind of color and song. The rhythm of their drums echoed through the savannah, a call to celebrate a life well lived. Each beat signified not just loss but the continuity of existence, as the ancestor spirits were believed to walk alongside the living, guiding them on their path. Yet, beneath all these grand gestures lay a common thread: the quest for understanding what lay beyond the veil. The ancient Chinese practiced intricate rites, placing paper replicas of money, houses, and even cars in the graves of their loved ones. It was a poignant hope that the deceased would not only find comfort in the afterlife but also have the means to thrive. As the flames consumed their earthly possessions, the smoke curled into the sky, carrying whispers of devotion and longing. In the far reaches of the Arctic, the Inuit honored their dead in a manner distinctively tied to the harsh yet beautiful landscape that surrounded them. The body would be placed in a wooden coffin, wrapped in fur, and set adrift on the ice, a solitary vessel amidst an unforgiving sea. As the wind howled around the icebergs, echoes of ancient chants filled the air, a farewell that resonated with the spirits of the land. The icy tableau was a poignant reminder of the cycle of life, the dance between survival and surrender. As dusk deepened into night, the sacredness of these practices transcended time and space. Each ritual, whether somber or celebratory, held a mirror to the living, reflecting their own fears and hopes. With each preparation, families grappled with the profound truth that death was not an end but a transformation, a passage into the unknown. The flickering candles, the echoes of prayers, the offerings placed as tokens of love, all spoke to a universal yearning to be remembered. As shadows danced, the air crackled with anticipation, weaving together the stories of those who had gone before and the lives still unfolding. The thin veil that separated the living from the dead felt as though it hung by a thread. While the flames flickered and the drums beat on, a collective breath held the promise of reunion, a hope that transcended the confines of mortality. Somewhere, in the quiet aftermath of these rituals, a feeling of unity formed, binding the past, present, and future. The whispered prayers of the living rose like steam into the night air, wrapping around the stars above. Each soul, whether buried in the earth or set adrift at sea, was a reminder that the journey did not truly end. It transformed. And as the fire crackled and the night deepened, a sense of peace began to settle, hinting at the next chapter waiting just beyond the horizon. Beneath a canopy of flickering stars, a quiet stillness enveloped the ancient burial grounds. Here, in the dirt and stone, lay the stories of countless lives, waiting to be told. The air was thick with something unnameable, a mix of reverence and sorrow, echoing with the whispers of those who had come before. It was a sacred space, a place where the boundary between the living and the dead blurred, where love and grief intertwined in a delicate dance. As the moonlight spilled over the weathered gravestones, it illuminated the carved names, each one a testament to a life once vibrantly lived. Families gathered in silence, their faces etched with unending sorrow, honoring their lost ones with rituals that had persisted through the ages. A fragile thread connected them to their ancestors, a reminder that love does not end with death. In many ways, the act of burial was a promise, a vow that the memories would remain alive, even as the bodies turned to dust. In ancient Egypt, towering pyramids rose from the desert sands, their majestic forms reaching for the heavens. These monumental tombs were not merely structures of stone. They were gateways to the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that the soul continued to exist beyond the physical realm, and their elaborate burial rituals reflected that conviction. Mummification, the careful preservation of the body, was seen as crucial. It was an act of love, ensuring that the deceased could navigate the treacherous journey to the next world. Each detail mattered. Jewels, food, and sacred texts were placed in the tomb, a treasure trove for the soul's journey. The air was thick with incense as priests chanted ancient hymns, their voices rising and falling like the tides. The weight of the moment settled on the shoulders of the mourners, tears glistening as they bid farewell. The significance of every gesture, each grain of sand thrown into the grave, every single word spoken, shaped the atmosphere, creating an emotional tapestry that enveloped all who were present. Grief was not something to be hidden away. It was a raw, unfiltered expression of love and loss. Across the globe, the Celtic tribes honored their departed with rituals steeped in nature. They believed that the spirits of the dead roamed the lands, guiding the living through the mysteries of life. Sacred groves were their resting places, nestled among ancient oaks that whispered secrets to the wind. The funeral rites were vibrant affairs, filled with music, stories, and feasts. As flames danced in the night, they celebrated the lives of those who had passed, their laughter mingling with the tears, creating a bittersweet harmony. A haunting melody filled the air as a lone piper played at the edge of a grave, each note resonating with unspeakable longing. The spirits of the departed were present, their essence weaving through the crowd, as if to remind the living that they were never truly gone. The act of burial was not just an end. It was a continuation, a bridge between two worlds. The living honored their ancestors, acknowledging the profound impact of their presence, while simultaneously facing their own mortality. In the far reaches of the Arctic, Inuit traditions spoke of a different kind of burial, one that embraced the cold embrace of the earth. They believed in returning to the land, to become part of the ice and snow. When a loved one died, their body was carefully prepared, wrapped in furs, and laid to rest in an igloo. The community gathered, sharing stories around a fire, their laughter mingling with the howling winds. It was a reminder that life and death were intertwined, like the changing seasons of their harsh environment. With each story shared, the memories of the departed flickered to life, dancing in the hearts of those left behind. Moments of silence punctuated the gathering, encapsulating the weight of loss and the warmth of shared memories. Grief transformed into gratitude, a recognition of the beauty that once was, illuminating the darkness of sorrow with the light of remembrance. In the ancient city of Ur, where the Euphrates whispered tales of the past, the Sumerians constructed elaborate ziggurats as temples for their gods, but also as grand tombs for their kings. These towering structures were adorned with intricate carvings and colorful mosaics, each telling a story of power and legacy. The burial of a king was an event of great significance. Sacrifices were made, and the entire kingdom mourned. The royal body was laid to rest in a chamber filled with riches, surrounded by offerings meant to ensure a smooth passage into the afterlife. As the sun set behind the ziggurat, the air buzzed with the energy of the crowd that gathered to honor their king. The ceremony, steeped in tradition, was a spectacle of color and sound. Dancers swirled in elaborate costumes, their movements echoing the heartbeat of the earth, while the rich aroma of incense filled the air. It was a moment suspended in time, where grief was palpable but mingled with gratitude for the life that had been lived. Every culture, every civilization had its own way of recognizing the importance of burial, each act echoing the universal truth that to lose someone is to feel a piece of oneself go missing. The emotions surged: grief, love, hope, and despair, creating a symphony of feelings that resonated through the ages. Each ritual, whether solemn or celebratory, served as a reminder that love never truly fades. It transforms, taking on new shapes, living on in the hearts of the grieving. As the story of burial rituals unfolded, the shadows of the past loomed large, inviting those who mourned to confront their own sorrows, to acknowledge the weight of their loss. Here, amidst the tombs and the tears, the cycle of life and death continued, interwoven like threads in a vast tapestry. Each life, each death, added another layer of complexity and beauty to the grand narrative of humanity. And as the night deepened, the mourners lingered, bound together by their shared experiences, their hearts heavy yet hopeful. The weight of grief hung thick in the air, yet within that heaviness was an undeniable sense of connection, a reminder that even in loss, there was a profound celebration of love. The stories were not finished. They would continue to echo through time, weaving seamlessly into the threads of history, a testament to the enduring power of remembrance. The tombs stood as silent witnesses, guardians of memory, inviting all who passed by to pause, reflect, and share in the beautiful, tangled web of life and death. Underneath the azure sky of ancient Rome, a soft breeze whispered through the forum, carrying with it the weight of countless lives and the echoes of their beliefs. Each stone in the bustling marketplace held a story, a dream, or a fear. The people of Rome, wrapped in their togas and tunics, lived with a constant awareness of a world beyond their senses, a world where the soul danced between the realms of mortality and immortality. In a dimly lit home, an elderly woman sat cradling a small, clay figurine of a departed loved one. Her fingers traced over its delicate features as she recalled the laughter that once filled her home. To the Romans, the soul was not just a spark of life. It was an enduring presence that lingered, a bridge connecting the living with the dead. They believed that upon death, the soul or anima departed from the body, embarking on a journey that dictated its fate in the afterlife. The thought sent shivers of both fear and comfort through the hearts of many. As dusk fell, shadows painted the streets with a veil of mystery. The Romans held fast to the belief that the spirit of the deceased lingered in the world of the living. They honored their ancestors through rituals and offerings, hoping to soothe their restless souls. A flickering oil lamp illuminated the altar in the corner of the room, where fruits and flowers lay in tribute. Each night, the woman whispered prayers, her heart heavy with love and longing. She closed her eyes and imagined her loved one watching over her, guiding her through the twilight of life. The sacred rites of the Lemuria, a festival honoring the restless spirits, brought both dread and hope. Families would flock to their ancestors' graves, offering food and drink, imploring the shades of the dead to return. The air crackled with the tension of fear as they recited incantations, hoping to appease the spirits. The belief that a soul could hover, unseen yet felt, sent chills down the spines of many. What if a spirit was angry? What if it returned to haunt the living? The thought was enough to make anyone shudder. Yet, in this dance of mortality, there existed a glimmer of hope. The Romans believed in a place called the Elysian Fields, a paradise for the virtuous, where souls would bask in eternal bliss. It was a reward for a life well lived and a glimmering promise that shaded the fear of death. In life, every decision mattered. Each act of kindness or cruelty had the potential to seal one's fate in the afterlife. The thought of reuniting with loved ones in a place of serenity brought a warmth that cut through the cold fear of death, igniting a flicker of courage. In the bustling streets of Rome, a young soldier, weary from battle, found himself contemplating the weight of his choices. As he dusted off his armor, he thought about the tales of heroes who had gone before him. They had fallen bravely, their souls now residing in the Elysian Fields, free from strife. But what of his soul? Would it find peace, or would it be lost in the shadows? The uncertainty clawed at his insides. He envisioned the faces of those he had loved and lost, their laughter echoing in his mind, a soothing balm for his troubled spirit. And so the Romans crafted a rich tapestry of beliefs surrounding the soul, intertwining fear and hope, loss and love. The rituals were not mere obligations but heartfelt connections to the past, to those who had walked the same cobbled streets. When a loved one passed, the living would don black to signify mourning, their hearts heavy with grief yet filled with memories. They believed that the dead could influence the living, their spirits lingering, guiding, and sometimes even warning. Amid the chaos of life and the inevitability of death, philosophers like Seneca and Cicero pondered the nature of the soul. They debated whether it was immortal, whether it could transcend the earthly realm. Their words ignited flames of thought in the minds of the people. Was the soul a flicker of divine essence, a part of the cosmos, or merely a byproduct of the body? The questions hung in the air like an unspoken prayer, begging for answers. As night blanketed the city, the stars twinkled above like the eyes of the gods, watching over the living and the dead alike. In the heart of the city, beneath the grand arches of temples, the whispers of the soul echoed. Worshippers knelt before the altar of Pluto, god of the underworld, hoping for mercy and favor. They sought to understand the unending cycle of life and death, the dance that played out in their hearts and homes. The soul, with its mysteries and its burdens, was a thread that bound the Roman spirit. It was a reminder that every life, no matter how brief, had significance. Mothers would tell stories of their ancestors, weaving tales into the fabric of family, ensuring their memories would never fade. The fear of being forgotten mingled with the desire for legacy, leaving a bittersweet taste in the hearts of many. With a pounding heart, the soldier returned home one last time, standing before the altar dedicated to his ancestors. He lit the incense, watching as the smoke spiraled upward, carrying his silent prayers to the heavens. Would his soul find rest? Would he be remembered? The fire flickered, casting dancing shadows that reminded him of those who had come before, their whispers urging him to live with honor and valor. As dawn approached, a new day loomed before him, laden with possibilities. The weight of mortality pressed upon him, yet the hope of immortality ignited a spark within. The Romans embraced the duality of existence, weaving the threads of life and death into a vibrant tapestry. The belief in the soul's journey was not merely a doctrine. It was a lifeline, a connection to something greater than themselves. And so the stories continued, the echoes of the past intertwining with the present, as the living pondered the fate of their souls, forever navigating the delicate balance between mortality and immortality. The air was thick with tension. A heavy silence wrapped around the ancient ruins where voices once echoed with tales of gods and mortals. It was here, amid crumbling columns and fading murals, that the underworld whispered its secrets. Shadows danced at the edges of the imagination, beckoning writers to explore themes of life, death, and the ever-present specter of fate. Roman literature, a reflection of its society, was deeply haunted by the notion of the underworld, a place where souls drifted, lost yet yearning for redemption. In the early days, the Romans regarded the afterlife with a mix of fear and fascination. The stories of the underworld were not merely tales. They were cautionary fables, woven into the very fabric of their existence. Virgil's Aeneid stood as a monumental testament to this obsession, guiding readers through the dark realm where the soul of Anchises awaited his son, Aeneas. The vivid imagery, the suffering of the damned and the joy of the blessed, painted a picture that resonated with every Roman heart. The journey to the underworld was not merely a descent. It was a rite of passage, a confrontation with one's own mortality. Through the labyrinthine paths of this shadowy domain, Aeneas encountered lost souls, each a reflection of choices made and paths taken. The sorrow of Dido, who drifted endlessly in her eternal despair, struck a chord. The pain of her betrayal echoed through the ages, a reminder of the consequences that accompanied the heart's desires. Readers felt her anguish, as palpable as a cold breeze on a moonless night. It was not just a story. It was life laid bare, a truth that resonated within the core of Roman identity. Then came Ovid, whose Metamorphoses turned the underworld into a stage for transformation and tragedy. His tales spilled forth like a torrent, revealing how love and loss transcended the mortal plane. Persephone's abduction by Hades became more than a myth. It was a haunting allegory of longing and sacrifice, compelling the reader to reflect on their own emotions, their own connections. As the story unfolded, the gripping tension twisted around the heart, making it impossible to look away. The underworld in Roman literature was not just a destination. It was a mirror reflecting the fears and hopes of its people. Each writer, from Seneca to Lucan, infused their narratives with the dread of inevitable death. It was a raging tempest within each line, a storm of emotions that surged forth with every word. The despair of lost love, the weight of choices, the quest for meaning. Each theme was intensified by the understanding that all roads led to the same shadowy conclusion. Lucan's Pharsalia thrust readers into the chaos of civil war, portraying the underworld as a place teeming with the souls of the fallen. The imagery was visceral. The bloodied fields of battle contrasted sharply with the stillness of the grave, a reminder that fame and fortune often ended in darkness. The tension built with each conflict, each character's struggle against fate. It was a relentless pursuit of glory, but glory in the face of death was a bitter pill to swallow. The reader felt the weight of every loss, every sacrifice made in vain, echoing the melancholic truth of existence. In the quieter corners of Roman literature, the underworld whispered softer tales, stories of redemption and reflection. The poet Propertius, with his delicate verses, explored the idea of love persisting even after death. His words unfurled like petals, revealing a tenderness amidst the darkness. The aching beauty of his sentiments resonated deeply, reminding readers that even in the face of despair, love could be an anchor. It was a powerful antidote to the inevitable, a beacon amidst the shadows. As the literary tapestry unfolded, the influence of the underworld became an inescapable thread. Each tale intertwined with themes of fate, loss, and the search for meaning in a world fraught with uncertainty. The underworld was not simply a backdrop. It was a living entity, shaping characters and molding destinies. The emotions surged like a tide, crashing against the shores of the reader's consciousness, pulling them deeper into the realms of despair and hope. There was an undeniable beauty in this darkness, a haunting allure that captivated the imagination. The Roman writers, with their profound understanding of the human condition, painted portraits of life that transcended time. The underworld became a symbol of the eternal struggle between light and shadow, a dance of contrasts that left readers breathless, teetering on the edge of realization. In the midst of these tales, a singular truth emerged. The underworld was more than a place of death. It was a realm of transformation. It challenged characters to confront their fears, to embrace their vulnerabilities, and to seek redemption amidst the ashes of their choices. The emotional weight bore down on readers, compelling them to reflect on their own lives, their own paths, as they navigated the complex landscape of existence. As the stories wove together, an unmistakable thread of tension bound them, a connective tissue that left the audience yearning for more. Each writer, with their unique voice, contributed to a collective narrative that explored the depths of human experience. The underworld, with its chilling embrace, became not just a setting, but a character in its own right, shaping the very essence of Roman literature. Time moved forward, but the stories echoed through the ages, each one a reminder that the influence of the underworld would never truly fade. It lingered on the lips of poets and the fingertips of writers, a haunting melody that resonated with every heartbeat. With every turn of a page, the whispers of the underworld beckoned, urging readers to confront their own shadows, to find beauty in the struggle, and to embrace the eternal dance between life and death. In this playground of emotions, the darkness of the underworld was an omnipresent force, leading seamlessly into the next chapter of existence, where the stories of love, loss, and redemption continued to unfold, awaiting new souls to experience their timeless call. The air grew heavy as Aeneas stood at the edge of the dark chasm, the entrance to the underworld yawning like a gaping mouth ready to swallow him whole. The trees surrounding him whispered, their leaves rustling like hushed voices, warning him of what lay ahead. A chill ran down his spine, not just from fear, but from the weight of the ancient journey that had brought him here. The fate of his people rested on his shoulders, a burden that felt almost too heavy to bear. He took a deep breath, steeling himself, as his eyes met the dim glow that flickered within the depths. This was no ordinary place, but a land where shadows danced and memories lingered, a place where the dead roamed. Aeneas felt the specter of loss hovering around him. He had lost so much: his homeland, his loved ones, his peace. The thought pained him, but within that pain lay the strength to move forward. As he descended, the path twisted and turned, revealing a landscape that was both haunting and beautiful. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the echoes of sorrowful wails. Here, the souls of the lost drifted like fog, their forms barely visible, faces marked by longing and despair. They reached out to Aeneas with desperate hands, their voices a chorus of unfulfilled dreams. Each spirit seemed to resonate with the stories of those who had come before, tales of valor and defeat, hope and heartbreak. His heart raced as he stepped deeper into this realm, guided by the flickering light of a golden branch, a gift from the Sibyl. She had warned him of the trials that lay ahead, her voice echoing in his mind like a haunting melody. "Only the brave may find what they seek," she had said, her piercing gaze locking onto his. Aeneas felt that bravery coursing through his veins as he pressed on, determined to find his father, Anchises, who awaited him in this shadowy abyss. The first challenge came swiftly, a solemn figure emerging from the mist. Charon, the ferryman, stood resolute, his eyes like pools of darkness. "No soul passes without payment," he intoned, his voice scraping against Aeneas's ears like dry leaves. Aeneas reached into his pocket, producing a coin that gleamed even in the dim light. The weight of that coin symbolized more than currency. It was a token of sacrifice, a reminder of those who had loved and lost. As Charon accepted the payment, Aeneas felt a sense of finality washing over him. The boat rocked gently on the black waters, and with each stroke of the oars, he was carried further away from the world of the living. Waves lapped against the sides, each splash echoing like a heartbeat, reminding him that he was still alive, yet surrounded by death. When they reached the other side, Aeneas stepped onto the banks of the underworld, his senses overwhelmed. The air was thick with sorrow, and shadows flitted past him. Familiar faces twisted in anguish. He saw warriors who had fallen in battle, their eyes vacant yet pleading, and loved ones lost in time. Their forms faded, but their essence still palpable. Each face told a story, each spirit a history that echoed in the silence. Pushing past the memories that threatened to ensnare him, he pressed on, finding himself in the fields of mourning. Here lay the souls of those who had died before their time, their sorrow palpable. The cries of lost love filled the air, wrapping around him like a shroud. Aeneas felt a pang of empathy, for he too knew the weight of grief, the aching void left by those who would never return. And then, amidst the shadows, he saw her, Dido, Queen of Carthage, her heart forever bound by the chains of love and betrayal. Her eyes met his, and in that instant, Aeneas felt the heat of her sorrow pierce through the coldness of the underworld. "You left me," she whispered, her voice a haunting lament. The raw pain in her gaze stung Aeneas deeply, igniting a flicker of regret within him. He had loved her, but duty had called, and now she was a ghost of what could have been. "Dido," he began, but the words caught in his throat like thorns. She turned away, her sorrow palpable, and he felt the knife twist deeper in his heart. He ached to comfort her, to tell her that her sacrifice had not gone unnoticed, but the weight of his journey pulled him onward. He could not linger in this place of lost opportunities. He had to find Anchises. As he traversed the landscape, the air thick with despair, Aeneas faced more souls. Some sought revenge, others redemption. Each encounter tugged at his heart, each story a thread woven into the fabric of his own fate. He could feel the weight of their expectations pressing upon him, urging him to succeed, to fulfill his destiny. Finally, he reached the Elysian fields, a place of light and hope, where the souls of heroes basked in eternal glory. Anchises stood among them, his form radiant, a proud smile lighting up his face. Father and son embraced, and in that moment, Aeneas felt a surge of warmth break through the cold walls of despair that surrounded him. "You've come," Anchises said, his voice rich with love and pride. "Your journey is just beginning." Tears welled in Aeneas's eyes, a bittersweet mix of joy and sorrow. Here, in the embrace of his father, he found solace amidst the chaos. Anchises spoke of the future, of the great city that would rise from the ashes of their past, of the legacy Aeneas would leave behind. The weight of his father's words hung heavy in the air, a promise wrapped in hope. But as the moment stretched, time began to slip away, the shadows once again creeping in. The underworld was a place of both revelation and sorrow, and Aeneas knew the path ahead would not be easy. Yet, with his father's guiding light, he felt the strength to carry on. The journey continued, the air thick with the echoes of the past and the hopes for the future, as Aeneas prepared to face whatever lay beyond. Each step resonated through the darkness, a heartbeat entwined with the spirits of those who had come before him. In the depths of despair, he found purpose, and as he turned to leave the Elysian fields, the path ahead shimmered with the promise of what was yet to come. The underworld journey had only just begun, a loop of emotions and destinies intertwining, leading him ever onward toward the unknown. Silence hung in the air, thick and heavy, as shadows flickered at the edges of the underworld. A cold chill ran down the spine of anyone who dared to whisper the name of Hades. In this dark domain, souls wandered, longing for warmth, for the light of life that had slipped away like sand through fingers. But beneath the desolation, tales of transformation thrummed with a pulse, waiting to be told, a heartbeat of what was lost and what could never be reclaimed. Among these stories, the tale of Orpheus stood out like a solitary star in a night sky, illuminating the despair that enveloped the souls of the damned. Orpheus, with his lyre, possessed a voice so enchanting that even the stones would weep. He loved Eurydice, a love so profound that it transcended the mortal coil. But fate, ever cruel, spun its web. Eurydice was taken too soon, her life extinguished by a serpent's bite. Devastated, Orpheus could not let her go. His grief ignited a fire within him, one that defied the very laws of nature. With determination, he ventured into the realm of the dead, his heart pounding like a drum, echoing through the dark tunnels of the underworld. Each step was a battle against despair, each note from his lyre a weapon against the gloom. As he descended, he heard whispers, lost souls lamenting their own fates, trapped in memories, forever yearning for what had slipped away. Yet, it was Orpheus's music that broke the silence. As he played, the very stones of Hades trembled. The three-headed guardian, Cerberus, paused, his growls fading into a reluctant stillness. Even Persephone, queen of the underworld, felt the warmth of his melodies seep into her cold heart. She and Hades watched, entranced, as Orpheus's song reached the farthest corners of the abyss, stoking the embers of hope in the hearts of the damned. Hades, known for his merciless nature, felt a flicker of something unexpected, empathy. He summoned Orpheus forward, his voice echoing like distant thunder. "You may take her back," he offered. "But there is a price. You must not look back until you have reached the surface." The weight of the bargain settled over Orpheus, a promise heavy with both hope and dread. As he turned to leave, the air grew tense, charged with uncertainty. Would he hold onto his faith, or would doubt claw at him, pulling him back into the darkness? With Eurydice just a breath away from salvation, Orpheus began the ascent, his heart racing, filled with a blend of love and fear. The shadows seemed to whisper, weaving tales of doubt, teasing him to glance back at the woman he longed to see. The very essence of transformation hung in the balance, and with each step, the grip of the underworld tightened around him. Anxieties swirled like a tempest within him. What if she wasn't truly there? What if this was merely an illusion conjured by his desperate mind? The voices of the lost echoed around him, their warnings mingling with the fading notes of his lyre. In a moment of weakness, he turned. The sight of Eurydice, pale and ethereal, filled him with renewed hope. Yet it was a moment too late. As their eyes locked, the world shattered. Her form began to dissolve into mist, ethereal and fragile, drawn back into the cold embrace of the underworld. Orpheus cried out, a sound of pure heartbreak that resonated through the dark corridors. The music that once flowed so freely now became a dirge, haunting and sorrowful. He was forever transformed, a man who had ventured into the depths only to emerge with an emptiness that would never be filled. But the underworld had more tales to tell, more souls to showcase the fragility of existence. In the shadows, there was the tale of Pygmalion, a sculptor who fell in love with his own creation, a statue so exquisite it seemed to breathe. He carved her from ivory, perfect in every detail, yet made of stone. Desperate for her to come to life, he prayed to Venus, the goddess of love, pouring his heart into each plea. A transformation awaited, one that would blur the lines between creator and creation. His wish was granted on a night kissed by the moonlight. As he pressed his lips against the cold form of his statue, warmth surged through her. She awakened, consciousness flickering like a candle's flame, and Pygmalion gasped in disbelief. Galatea, she would be called, a woman sculpted from longing and dreams. Yet with life came complexity, and Pygmalion soon found himself entangled in the throes of love that transcended even his wildest fantasies. But love can be a cruel master, as the tale of Echo reminds us. In her quest for affection, she found herself cursed for speaking too much, her voice fading into mere whispers. She followed Narcissus, a man so entranced by his own reflection that he overlooked the love that surrounded him. The underworld watched as Echo's spirit diminished, trapped in the echoes of her own heartache, a ghost longing for a love unreciprocated. Each tale spun in this dark tapestry of transformation carried with it an emotional weight that pressed against the soul. As shadows flickered, the air chilled, reminding every soul of the fragility of their existence. Hope, despair, love, and loss intertwined, revealing the truth that every transformation comes with a price, one that is often paid in tears. And as the stories of despair and rebirth echoed through the halls of Hades, another soul approached, a young woman named Proserpina, whose fate hung between the realms of life and death. Her story would soon intertwine with the very cycle of seasons, a tale begging for transformation more than any other. The threads of her destiny beckoned, promising warmth even in the coldest of places, as the underworld and earth danced in an endless spiral of yearning and change. With each new story, the underworld breathed, alive with the bittersweet emotions of its inhabitants. The darkness was not merely a void. It was rich with the essence of every soul that wandered through, searching, longing, hoping for transformation, even in the face of despair. As the tales unfolded, the boundaries between life and death began to blur, leaving those who dared to listen in a state of breathless anticipation, desperate to know what would come next in this ever-unfolding saga of love, loss, and the promise of rebirth. The air was thick with an unsettling blend of incense and anticipation as the oracle sat in her dimly lit chamber, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. Her voice, soft yet commanding, echoed like a whisper from another world. It was a voice that had foretold the fates of kings, the rise and fall of empires, and the somber truths of what lay beyond the veil of life. Those who sought her wisdom often came trembling, their hearts pounding with the weight of their questions. They sought guidance, but what they often found was the chilling truth. The underworld was not just a place of torment, but a mirror reflecting their own choices. In ancient Greece, the oracles held a revered place in society, particularly the famous Oracle of Delphi, where the Pythia, a priestess, breathed life into prophecies that shaped destinies. Visitors from all corners of the known world would make the arduous trek to her temple, offering riches and sacrifices to glean insight into the divine. The Pythia, seated on a tripod above a chasm emitting intoxicating vapors, would enter a trance, her words spilling forth in cryptic verses. "Seek not the path of the dead, for it leads to a darkness that cannot be undone," she would intone, leaving the supplicants shivering as they contemplated the weight of her message. But it wasn't merely the grand prophecies that lingered in the minds of those who sought knowledge. The tales of the underworld were steeped in vivid imagery, woven into the fabric of every prophecy. The myths spoke of Hades, the realm of the dead, where the souls crossed the river Styx with the help of Charon, the silent ferryman. It was a world of shadows, where the echoes of laughter were replaced by whispers of regret and sorrow. For the living, the underworld was a warning, a reminder that every choice bore consequences, and the specter of death was intertwined with the threads of fate. One such tale involved a warrior, famed and feared, who sought the oracle's counsel before embarking on a fateful battle. He approached with a swagger, confident in his prowess, blind to the hubris that accompanied him. The oracle's gaze pierced through his bravado, and with a voice raw and trembling, she uttered, "You will conquer, yet your heart will remain shackled in chains." The warrior laughed, dismissing her words as the ramblings of a mad woman. Yet, as the dust of battle settled, he found victory tainted with the bitter taste of loss. His dearest friend had perished, and he was left alone, haunted by the specter of his choices. The prophecies often carried a duality, a beautiful yet tragic dance between fate and free will. The Greeks believed that every soul carried a thread of destiny, spun by the fates themselves. The oracles were not mere fortune-tellers. They were conduits of the divine, linking mortals to the ethereal. Their words served as a bridge between realms, urging listeners to tread carefully, for the underworld awaited those who strayed too far from the path of righteousness. In the shadows of history, other cultures echoed this reverence for oracular insight. The ancient Egyptians, with their pantheon of gods, sought counsel in the Book of the Dead, a guide for the soul's journey through the afterlife. The priests would recite incantations, their voices resonating with solemnity. They painted vivid tales of the heart being weighed against a feather, a test of virtue that determined a soul's fate in the afterlife. The thought of standing before Osiris, the god of the afterlife, sent shivers through the hearts of many. Would they find peace or be devoured by the fearsome Amit? The prophecies surrounding the underworld were not limited to warnings. They often served as a source of hope. In ancient Rome, the Sibylline books, a collection of prophecies, contained visions of redemption and salvation. Rome, a city built on the backs of formidable warriors and wise statesmen, often turned to these prophecies during times of crisis. They sought assurance that even in the depths of despair, the underworld was not a finality but a transition, a passage toward rebirth and renewal. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows crept into the lives of those who had sought the oracle, their fates sealed by the words spoken in moments of vulnerability. A mother, cradling her child, recalled the oracle's warning that the child would face trials unimaginable. She held her breath every day, fearing the day the prophecy would come to fruition. Each laugh of her child echoed like a tick of a clock, counting down to an unknown future that threatened to steal her joy. The underworld loomed like a distant storm, ever present, whispering of inevitable loss. The tension in these moments rippled through history, a constant reminder of the fragility of life. As generations passed, tales of oracles and their prophecies were etched into the very stones of temples and whispered in the corridors of power. Rulers consulted oracles before making decisions that could alter the course of nations, and the weight of those decisions often bore heavy consequences. In the dim glow of flickering torches, the oracle's words hung in the air like an unsung song. From the ashes, a phoenix will rise, she had foretold to a young woman who stood at the crossroads of despair. The woman had lost everything, her family, her home, her identity. Yet, in those words lay a spark, a glimmer of hope that ignited the fire within her. She would not succumb to the underworld's call. Instead, she would rise, refusing to let fate dictate her story. The dance of oracles and prophecies continued, a thread binding the living and the dead, weaving tales of caution and hope into the fabric of human existence. As the night deepened, the whispers of the past blended with the weight of the present, and the specter of the underworld hung in the air, silent yet ever watchful. The cold grip of shadows loomed over the ancient Roman world, where the underworld was not just a distant myth, but a visceral reality etched into the very fabric of art. Statues and frescoes whispered secrets of a realm unseen, capturing the imagination of those who dared to ponder what lay beyond life. In this eerie landscape, the underworld was not just a place of punishment. It was a complex tapestry woven with threads of hope, fear, and unflinching reality. As one wandered through the sprawling halls of the Villa of the Mysteries in Pompeii, the vivid colors of frescoes burst forth, depicting scenes that transported viewers to the brink of the afterlife. Here, the sacred rites of the dead unfolded in breathtaking detail. The figures danced with a haunting grace, their expressions a mix of ecstasy and terror. Eyes wide with anticipation, they enacted rituals meant to prepare the soul for its journey through the dark gates of the underworld. Each figure was frozen in a moment of time, caught between the realms of the living and the dead, leaving spectators breathless with the weight of their existence. In the catacombs, the eerie ambience of dimly lit chambers cradled the hopes and fears of the forgotten. The walls, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, told stories of those who had passed into the underworld. The images of Persephone, the goddess who traversed both the world of the living and the dead, were a reminder of the inescapable cycle of life and death. Her dual nature resonated with the Romans, who saw in her a reflection of their beliefs. The art pulsated with emotion. The viewer could almost hear the whispers of the departed carried by the flickering light of candles, a haunting reminder that the veil between the two worlds was perilously thin. On the grand stages of Rome, theatrical performances echoed the Roman understanding of the afterlife. Masked actors, embodying gods and souls, brought the stories of the underworld to life, capturing the hearts and minds of an enraptured audience. The masks they wore were not mere adornments. They were vessels of transformation, allowing performers to switch between the living and the dead with a mere tilt of the head. It was here that the audience felt the tension rise, the fear of what lay ahead mingling with the thrill of the performance. The air thickened with anticipation, as the fates of the characters hung in the balance, a mirror reflecting their own fears and hopes for what might greet them when their time came. The artistic representations of Charon, the grim ferryman, stirred something primal within those who gazed upon them. With his haunting visage, he stood at the banks of the Styx, a figure of both dread and inevitability. His boat, a fragile vessel navigating the murky waters, became a symbol of the final journey all must take. In marble or fresco, Charon's presence evoked a sense of unease, yet also a strange comfort. The Romans found solace in knowing that even in death, there was a guide, an assurance that their souls would not be left to wander aimlessly in the dark. Yet death was not merely an end. It was a transformation, a passage to another existence. This sentiment was beautifully rendered in the art of tombs and burial sites. The beautiful sarcophagi, intricately carved with images that celebrated the life of the deceased, portrayed scenes of joy, love, and vibrancy. The dead were depicted in eternal repose, surrounded by the symbols of their passions, their laughter echoing softly in the silence of the stone. In these serene representations, one could almost feel the warmth of their lives, the joy they had once experienced, reminding everyone that life, despite its brevity, is a tapestry rich with colors and emotions. The underworld was often depicted as a place of both despair and hope. The very essence of Roman art mirrored this duality. In the frescoes found in the house of the Vetii, the figure of Orpheus emerged, enchanting the very spirits of the dead with his music. His lyre resonated with a longing that transcended death, reaching out to touch the hearts of the lost. Viewers could sense the tension in his stance, caught between the desire to reclaim his beloved Eurydice and the harsh reality of the underworld's hold. It was a moment of vulnerability, a raw display of love that defied even the darkest confines of existence. In the shifting shadows cast by flickering oil lamps, the art of the underworld became a sanctuary for those grappling with their own mortality. The walls of the amphitheaters echoed with the cries of the gladiators, reminding all who watched that life was fragile and fleeting. Their struggles were immortalized in the vivid sculptures that adorned the public squares, a poignant reminder of the bravery and fear that defined human existence. Each sculpture told a story of sacrifice, valor, and the relentless pursuit of glory, underscoring the Romans' unwavering belief that even in death, one's legacy could transcend time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an ethereal glow upon the ruins. The lines between life and death blurred. The art that filled the streets whispered tales of those who had come before, a chorus of voices echoing through the ages. In every stroke of paint and chisel mark, the underworld emerged not as an end, but as a continuation of the story, a chapter waiting to unfold. The art beckoned to the living, urging them to confront their fears, to embrace the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The visceral emotion captured in these masterpieces left an indelible mark on the very soul of Roman society. Each glance at a fresco or sculpture stirred something deep within, igniting a flame of curiosity, a spark of hope. The underworld was not solely a domain of darkness. It was a space where light and shadow danced, weaving together the complex emotions of humanity. It was here, in this enchanting interplay, that the narratives of the living and the dead entwined, creating a tapestry rich in meaning and emotion, one that would resonate for centuries to come. As one turned the corner, drawn deeper into the art-filled corridors of history, the next section awaited, ready to unveil more of these hauntingly beautiful narratives, each waiting to stir the heart and ignite the imagination even further. The air was thick and heavy, clinging to the skin like a shroud of mist. In the shadows of the ancient Roman streets, whispers of fear and reverence filled the air, echoing through the narrow alleys and bustling marketplaces. The underworld was not just a myth to the Romans. It was a chilling reality, a dark kingdom where souls whispered their secrets and the price of passage was steep. Each household had its own sacred space dedicated to the spirits, a small altar where offerings were laid to appease the shades of the departed, and each flicker of candlelight was a plea for protection from malevolent forces. It was at the twilight of a somber day that the solemn rituals commenced. Families gathered, hearts pounding with anxiety and dread, clutching small offerings of food, flowers, and coins. They knew the importance of honoring the dead, for in ignoring the spirits, one risked their wrath. The air buzzed with tension, the flickering flames casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to breathe life into the very walls of their homes. The scents of incense and roasted grains filled their nostrils, mingling with the sacred chants that rose like smoke toward the heavens. In the depths of the underworld, it was said, there were two realms, one for the virtuous and the other for the wicked. The river Styx, dark and foreboding, was the boundary, its waters swirling with the forgotten dreams and lost hopes of those who had passed. Charon, the grim ferryman, awaited at its banks, his ghostly visage a haunting reminder that not all souls would find peace. Coins were placed on the eyes of the deceased, a payment for safe passage. The worry in the hearts of the living echoed in the ritualized acts, each gesture heavy with significance. As night cloaked the city, the rituals grew more intense. Families poured their souls into the sacred acts, invoking the gods and spirits to protect their loved ones. They would whisper the names of the great deities, Pluto, the dark lord of the underworld, and Proserpina, his queen, trapped between the worlds. The stories woven into their prayers were ancient, filled with the weight of tradition and the urgency of love. Each offering was a lifeline, a way to bridge the chasm between life and death, a desperate bid to keep the darkness at bay. In the flicker of the oil lamps, a figure emerged, a priest adorned in the white robes of the dead, his face painted with ash. He held a sacrificial knife, gleaming ominously in the dim light. The pulse of the gathering quickened as he made his way to the center, the tension palpable as everyone watched in silence. The air crackled with anticipation, a storm brewing beneath the surface. This was not merely a performance. It was a call to the gods, a plea for mercy and protection. With each sacred gesture, the priest invoked the spirits, his voice rising and falling like the waves of the sea. He poured wine upon the ground, its rich color soaking into the earth, an offering to the ancestors who had walked before them. The people listened, their hearts racing as they imagined the spirits hovering just beyond their reach, waiting for recognition, waiting for acknowledgement of their existence. As the night deepened, the rituals took on a more frantic pace. Animal sacrifices were offered, blood pooling beneath the stone altars, a stark reminder of the ancient laws that governed the living and the dead. The cries of the animals echoed in the stillness, a haunting symphony that resonated with the primal fears of the gathered crowd. Each drop of blood was a currency, each heartbeat a prayer sent forth into the night. Tension hung thick as families awaited the signs, the omens that would guide them through the darkness. A flicker of flame, a sudden gust of wind, the low murmur of unearthly voices. These were the signs they sought, the whispers of the underworld calling out to them. The fear of what lay beyond kept the echoes of the past alive, each soul a flickering candle in the vast expanse of night. As dawn approached, the rituals reached their climax. The priest stood at the edge of the altar, arms raised to the heavens, invoking the names of the mighty. The ground trembled beneath their feet, as if the very earth was alive, vibrating with the energy of the spirits. The air shimmered, thick with anticipation and dread, as families prayed for the safe passage of their loved ones and the favor of the gods. And then silence fell. The world stood still, the anticipation hanging like a tightrope stretched across the chasm of existence. It was in that moment of stillness that they felt it, the chilling touch of the underworld. A faint whisper, the rustle of unseen wings, a shiver crawling down their spines. The souls of the dead had come to listen, to judge, and to remember. Just as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, washing the world in hues of gold and crimson, the ritual concluded. The offerings lay scattered, remnants of hope and fear intertwined. The families, though weary, felt a glimmer of peace wash over them, a transient moment of connection with those who had passed. They looked to the horizon, knowing the day ahead would bring its own challenges. But for now, the shadows had receded, replaced by the warmth of the sun. Yet, the echoes of the underworld lingered, a reminder that life and death were forever intertwined. The rituals would continue, year after year, a bond forged in love and fear, an eternal dance with the spirits that would never truly fade. As the first rays of daylight illuminated the ruins of Rome, the heart of the city beat on, forever haunted by the stories of the past, always aware of the thin veil that separated the living from the dead. The twilight sky hung heavy, painted in shades of orange and purple, casting long shadows over the ancient stones that had felt the weight of countless rituals. In the quiet corners of the world, whispers of the cult of Pluto stirred. This wasn't just a gathering of the curious. It was a congregation of souls, bound by a common reverence for the god who ruled the hidden realms beneath the earth. Pluto, the dark and mysterious deity, symbolized more than just death. He represented the cycle of life and the promise of rebirth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the flickering of torches illuminated the faces of those gathered. The air was thick with anticipation, each heartbeat echoing like a drum in the night. Men and women, adorned in flowing robes of deep black and gold, moved with purpose, their eyes reflecting a fervor that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. They understood the significance of this night, a sacred festival dedicated to honoring Pluto and all that he represented. The ground trembled slightly as the procession began, a living tapestry of history woven into present moments. They approached the ancient temple, its weathered stones whispering secrets of the past. Each step resonated like a heartbeat, a connection forged through centuries of worship. At the temple's entrance, priests, their faces painted with intricate designs symbolizing the underworld, awaited. Their chants rose, a haunting melody that seemed to pull the very stars from the sky, calling forth the spirits that lingered in the shadows. The festival was not merely a celebration. It was a communion with the dead. Offerings of honey cakes, wine, and precious trinkets were laid before the altar, tokens of love and remembrance for those who had crossed the threshold to the afterlife. The aroma of incense curled into the night air, mingling with the scent of damp earth, creating a heady mix that sent the senses reeling. Tears fell freely as loved ones were invoked, their names spoken with reverence, as if calling them back for just a moment. As the night deepened, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The priests began to chant louder, their voices rising in a crescendo that sent shivers through the crowd. The others joined in, their voices melding into a powerful hymn that echoed through the valley, reaching up to the heavens. It was a sound that stirred the very bones of the earth, a reminder that life and death were entwined in an eternal dance. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and gasps filled the air. It was as if Pluto himself was responding to their call, a raw energy surging beneath their feet. People clutched each other, some falling to their knees, while others raised their arms to the sky, eyes filled with a wild, ecstatic joy. The fear of the unknown mingled with the thrill of connection, a powerful reminder of humanity's fragility. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged from the shadows, a priestess, adorned with a crown of blackened roses. Her voice cut through the tumult like a knife, soothing yet commanding. She stepped forward, a living embodiment of the goddess Persephone, Pluto's queen. Her presence brought a hush over the crowd, and all eyes turned to her, drawn in by an unseen force. "Tonight," she proclaimed, her voice resonating with authority, "we honor not just the Lord of the dead, but the cycle that binds us all. Death is but a passage, a doorway to what lies beyond." She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in, the crowd hanging on every syllable. "Let us celebrate life, for we are the living embodiment of those who have walked before us. Let our joy echo in the chambers of the underworld." With that, she raised her arms, and the crowd erupted in a frenzy of movement, dancing with wild abandon. The air crackled with electricity, every beat of the drum driving them deeper into a trance. The boundary between this world and the next blurred, and for a moment, they were no longer afraid. They were connected to their ancestors, to each other, and to the very essence of existence itself. As the night wore on, the flames of the torches flickered and danced, casting eerie shadows on the ancient stones. Each face in the crowd was alive with emotion, joy, longing, fear, and hope intertwining in a beautiful chaos. The festival was a celebration of mortality, an acknowledgement of the darkness that lay beyond the veil of life. In the corners of the temple, the spirits seemed to gather, drawn by the collective energy of the living. Legends spoke of this communion, a time when the barriers broke down and the dead could offer guidance, comfort, and even warnings. The air grew thick with their presence, a palpable tension that both frightened and exhilarated those who felt it. Then came the moment, the reveal of the sacred relic, the very object believed to be a link to Pluto himself. A black stone, smooth and cold, was brought forth by the priestess. It glimmered under the flickering flames, absorbing the light around it, an embodiment of the abyss. She held it aloft, and the crowd gasped as a hush fell over them once more. "This stone," she declared, "is a portal through which we can glimpse the past, present, and future. It is a reminder that we carry our ancestors within us, their stories etched in our souls." With those words, she pressed the stone against her heart, and an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The air thickened, charged with an ancient energy. The flickering flames gave way to shadows that danced wildly, as if the very spirits were joining the celebration. The festival stretched on, a tapestry of emotion woven into a single night, filled with laughter and sorrow, love and loss. People danced until their feet ached, sang until their voices cracked, and shared stories of those who had departed, all while looking into the depths of the unknown. This was the essence of the cult of Pluto, the understanding that in embracing death, they also embraced life in all its chaotic beauty. As dawn began to break on the horizon, casting a pale light over the worn stones of the temple, the energy of the night slowly ebbed, but the connection remained palpable. The echoes of voices lingered in the air, a reminder of the shared experience that would resonate long after the fires were extinguished. It was a living testament to the bond between the living and the dead, a ritual that would endure, waiting to be relived again and again, a cycle that would never truly end. In the shadows of ancient Rome, where power brooded like a storm cloud over a bustling city, a whisper echoed through the marble halls of the Senate. It was not the voice of reason that commanded attention, but rather the chilling influence of the underworld, the place where the living and the dead intertwined, shaping the destinies of those who walked above. Here, in this dark abyss, the decrees and laws of the living took on a weighty significance, wrapping themselves around the very fabric of Roman politics. The Senate convened, a sea of togas fluttering like the wings of caged birds, each senator gripped by the knowledge that their actions could summon long-forgotten spirits. The air crackled with tension as they debated laws that would govern their lives and the lives of their citizens. Yet, undercurrents of fear and ambition flowed just beneath the surface, whispering of the consequences that awaited those who dared to defy the will of the dead. As a young senator named Lucius rose to speak, a hush fell over the room. His heart raced, not merely from the weight of his position but from the haunting memories of his ancestors, who had walked the same path, their faces etched in stone at the family mausoleum. He could almost hear them urging him on, their voices mingling with the rustle of papyrus scrolls. He spoke of a new decree, one that would bind the living to the memory of the deceased, ensuring that the names of the fallen would not fade into oblivion. The proposal was met with mixed reactions. Some nodded in agreement, while others cast wary glances at the shadows lurking in the corners of the chamber. The laws of Rome were not just ink on parchment. They were lifelines, connecting the past and present. An edict that recognized the importance of honoring the dead was vital, yet Lucius felt the icy grip of doubt. What if this decree angered the spirits? What if it stirred the wrath of Vesta, goddess of the hearth, who demanded respect for the sanctity of the home and the memory of those who had lived within its walls? The fear of the underworld hung heavy in the air, a palpable presence that seemed to swell with each heartbeat. In the dimly lit corners of Rome's political landscape, another figure stirred, the enigmatic figure of a soothsayer named Claudia. Known for her uncanny ability to communicate with the dead, she slithered through the alleys, her eyes glinting with knowledge that transcended the living. Senators sought her counsel, desperate to glean insights into the fates of their proposals and the specters that loomed over their ambitions. Claudia, with her long, flowing robes and silver hair, was both feared and revered. She spoke of omens, of the balance between the living and the dead, and her words sent shivers down spines. One evening, as Lucius sought refuge in the shadows, he encountered her. "You tread dangerously close to the abyss, young senator," she warned, her voice low, almost a whisper. "The decrees you propose can summon echoes from the past. Honor them or suffer the consequences." Her words lingered in the air, heavy with foreboding. Lucius felt the chill of her warning wrap around him, a reminder that politics was never merely a game of power. It was a dance with the spirits of those who had come before. Days turned into nights, and the Senate debated endlessly. A law to restrict the extravagance of funerals was proposed, aimed at reinvigorating the traditional practices that had been eroded by time. This was no ordinary legislation. It was a decree meant to appease the spirits, to remind the living that death was not an end but a continuation of a legacy. Lucius stood before his peers once more, his voice rising above the murmurs of dissent. "We must honor our ancestors, for they guide us in the dark. Their whispers shape our laws, and if we ignore them, we risk bringing calamity upon ourselves." The tension in the room was palpable, as if the very walls were alive with unseen watchers. Some senators leaned forward, captivated by Lucius' fervor, while others recoiled, afraid that such talk might awaken forces better left undisturbed. The underworld loomed, a silent judge, weighing their actions against the expectations of the dead. Glistening sweat beaded on Lucius' brow as he felt their scrutiny, an invisible force pressing against his chest. As the debates raged on, rumors began to swirl through the streets of Rome. Whispers of curses and divine displeasure spread like wildfire, igniting fear among the populace. Citizens clutched their talismans and made offerings at shrines, hoping to ward off the wrath of restless souls. Claudia, with her cryptic prophecies, became both a beacon of hope and a harbinger of doom. She warned of a great reckoning, a reckoning that would come if the living continued to neglect their obligations to the dead. Her words echoed in the Senate, a constant reminder of the delicate balance between life and death. The ghosts of Rome's past were not silent. They hungered for recognition, for their stories to be told and their sacrifices to be honored. As Lucius pored over scrolls, crafting arguments and counterarguments, He could sense the spirits swirling around him, urging him to act, to be the voice of the forgotten. With the Senate divided and time slipping through their fingers like sand, the day of voting approached. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, heightened by the lingering threat of the underworld. Lucius felt the weight of history pressing down on him, a tide of emotions crashing against his resolve. He stood at the precipice, aware that the decisions made that day would echo through eternity, shaping not just laws but the very soul of Rome itself. As the senators cast their votes, the silence was deafening. Each hand raised, each murmured word, sent ripples through the fabric of time, binding them to the decisions of their ancestors. Lucius, his heart racing, could almost hear the distant cries of approval or discontent from the underworld, sensing that the weight of their choices would not be taken lightly. The outcome was uncertain, and the shadows deepened around them, thickening like a fog that refused to lift. The balance of power teetered, the spirits of the past waiting, watching, ready to unleash their wrath or bestow their blessings. And as the final vote was cast, the eyes of Rome turned towards the horizon, where the sun dipped below the eternal city, casting long shadows over the Senate floor. The echoes of the past reverberated, intertwining with the present, while the weight of destiny hung in the air, unyielding and heavy. What would emerge from the darkness was unknown, but one thing was certain. The underworld had spoken, and its voice would forever resonate in the halls of power. The underworld beckoned with a chilling whisper, a place where shadows danced and the air was thick with the weight of unspoken fears. In this ominous abode, the souls of the departed ventured into the unknown, carrying with them the echoes of their lives. Among them, notable figures from Roman mythology tread the dark corridors, each with their own haunting tale filled with emotions ranging from hope to despair. Their stories intertwine, creating a tapestry of fate, love, and loss. Orpheus, the legendary musician, carried his lyre as if it were a lifeline. His heart ached for Eurydice, lost to the venom of a snake. With every note he played, the air shimmered, and the very stones of the underworld seemed to stir. He descended into the shadows, pleading for the return of his beloved. The specters listened, captivated by his sorrowful melody. But the rules of the underworld were unyielding. Even the sweetest song could not overturn fate. Orpheus climbed back into the light, but in his heart, the darkness lingered, a haunting reminder of love's fragility. Then there was Aeneas, a hero destined for greatness, who journeyed through the underworld seeking guidance from his father, Anchises. As he crossed the river Styx, the cold waters seemed to seep into his bones. He walked among souls that hovered like flickering candles, their faces etched with regret. Anchises, radiant even in death, revealed the future of Rome, a legacy that would shape the world. Aeneas returned, burdened with purpose, but the specter of his past would forever haunt his steps, a reminder of the sacrifices made along the way. Persephone's tale wove through the fabric of the underworld like a chilling breeze. Kidnapped by Hades, she became the queen of the dead, caught between two worlds. Her sorrow turned to resilience as she learned to embrace her dual existence. Each spring, she would rise, bringing life back to the earth. But with each autumn, the darkness beckoned her home. The cycle of her life mirrored that of nature itself, a dance of light and shadow. Persephone's journey reminded all that even in the depths of despair, there exists the promise of renewal. The tragic story of Proserpina echoed through the halls of the underworld. As she wandered, her heart weighed down by the chains of captivity, the cries of the lost souls surrounded her. Hades, the stern ruler, found solace in her beauty, yet Proserpina longed for the warmth of the sun. Her cries went unanswered until her mother, Ceres, wept for her daughter, causing the earth to wither in grief. The bond between mother and daughter shone brightly, illuminating the dark corners of the underworld where hope flickered like a dying flame. Then there was Virgil, the poet himself, whose own journey into the underworld was a reflection of his literary legacy. He guided Dante through the realms of the dead, his words a bridge between the living and the lost. In the underworld, Virgil felt the weight of his own mortality, his verses echoing in the silence. He sought to understand the depths of human emotion, weaving tales of love, betrayal, and redemption. Each soul he encountered was a character in his epic, their stories merging with his, creating a haunting melody that resonated through the ages. The tragic fate of Dido lingered in the air like an unshakable sorrow. The queen of Carthage fell victim to her own heart, consumed by love for Aeneas. When he departed, her world shattered. In the underworld, her spirit roamed endlessly, trapped between longing and despair. The flames of her unfulfilled desires burned fiercely, a constant reminder of the love that slipped through her fingers. Dido's tale became a poignant lament for those who loved deeply, only to face the harsh reality of abandonment. Psyche's journey was one of trials, love, and transformation. Betrayed by a moment of curiosity, she found herself in the clutches of Hades, a captive of her own fears. Yet, her love for Eros fueled her courage, driving her to confront the darkness. As she wandered through the underworld, she encountered the lost souls who had surrendered to despair. Psyche's resilience shone brightly, illuminating the path for others who struggled to find their way. Her story became a beacon of hope, a reminder to embrace one's inner strength in the face of overwhelming odds. The specter of Catullus emerged, his poetry infused with passion and pain. He navigated the shadows of love and betrayal, each verse a testament to the joys and sorrows of mortal existence. In the underworld, Catullus found inspiration among the lost souls, their stories intertwining with his verses. He penned odes to love and lamentations for loss, creating a legacy that would echo through time. The pain of his unrequited love resonated deeply, a poignant reminder of the bittersweet nature of the human heart. It was in this realm of shadows that the Furies roamed, fierce and unyielding. They were guardians of the underworld, punishing those who had wronged others in life. Their wrath was a storm of emotion, an unrelenting force that stirred the very air. Each soul they pursued bore the weight of their own transgressions, a reminder that justice often walks hand in hand with vengeance. The Furies became a chilling emblem of the consequences of one's actions, a reminder that the past can never truly be escaped. The story of Hercules was one of trials and tribulations. His descent into the underworld was a testament to his strength and bravery. He sought the three-headed dog, Cerberus, to prove his worth. The very air crackled with fear as he approached the beast, but Hercules, driven by determination, emerged victorious. His journey was not just a battle with monsters but also a confrontation with his own demons. In the underworld, he found not only the shadows of the dead, but also the depths of his own soul, a reflection of the hero he had become. The underworld thrummed with life, a chaotic symphony of souls that echoed through the chambers of its darkness. Each figure left an indelible mark on the fabric of mythology, their journeys intertwining in ways that transcended time. The echoes of their stories melded into a haunting melody, a reminder that the past is never truly gone. As the tales continued to unfold, the underworld remained a realm where the echoes of love, loss, and redemption eternally intertwined, drawing in all who dared to listen to the whispers of the departed. In the flickering light of ancient Rome, shadows loomed long and ominous, whispering secrets from the underworld, where the lost souls wandered and the echoes of the living faded. The very air seemed charged with a palpable tension, as if the earth itself held its breath, teetering on the brink between the world of the living and the domain of the dead. Each night, as the sun sank below the horizon, the gates of the underworld creaked open, allowing glimpses of its chilling depths that sent shivers racing down spines and sparked wild tales among the people. Roman folklore tells of a place called Hades, ruled by the brooding god Pluto, where the spirits of the deceased lived in an endless twilight, forever separated from the warmth of daylight. In those stories, the river Styx wound its way through the land of the dead, an eerie, sluggish current that carried the souls of the departed to their final resting place. Charon, the ancient ferryman with eyes like black holes, awaited them on the shore, his boat a rickety vessel that floated on memories and regrets. It was said that a coin, a simple obol, placed beneath the tongue of the deceased would ensure safe passage, a chilling reminder of the fine line that separated life from death. The Romans believed that the underworld was not merely a destination, but a living entity that shaped the fates of mortals. In this world, the souls did not simply fade away. They lingered, haunting the dreams of those they had left behind. The fear of the restless dead prowled through every neighborhood, much like the sense of roasted chestnuts and spices wafting through the air. Family altars adorned with offerings of food and drink were common, an appeal to the spirits to leave their loved ones undisturbed, a delicate truce between the two realms that could be easily disrupted. As night fell, tales of the underworld wove through the bustling streets, drawing the curious closer. They gathered around the flickering flames of street-side fires, eyes wide with anticipation as seasoned storytellers spun tales of lost souls who wandered the earth, seeking revenge or closure. One such tale spoke of a soldier, Marcus, who had been betrayed by a close friend. His restless spirit roamed the battlefield, seeking vengeance against those who wronged him. It was said that if you listened closely on certain moonlit nights, you could hear him calling out for justice, a haunting reminder of loyalty and betrayal. In these stories, the boundaries blurred. The living often sought guidance from the dead, consulting oracles and priests who performed rituals to commune with the lost. The Romans were not afraid to confront the darkness. They believed that by acknowledging the dead, they could control their power. Festivals like Parentalia and Lemuria celebrated the spirits of ancestors, a reminder that the past was never truly gone, always lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to be recognized. As the seasons changed and the chill of winter descended, the atmosphere grew heavier with despair. The folk of the city began to whisper of the Furies, terrifying spirits of vengeance who hunted down those who committed sins in life. With 3 heads and eyes ablaze, the Furies were relentless in their pursuit of justice. It was said that they could sense the guilt buried deep within the souls of men, rising from the underworld like an unstoppable tide. Those who crossed paths with them would soon find themselves haunted, their minds unraveling under the weight of their own guilt. Amidst the tales of darkness and despair, there were flickers of hope. The myth of Persephone, who spent half the year in the underworld with Hades and returned to the world of the living in spring, painted a different picture. This cycle of death and rebirth captured the hearts of the Romans, who found solace in the idea that life would always return after darkness. It was a reminder that even in the depths of despair, hope could bloom anew, like the flowers that sprung from the soil thawing under the sun. Families often gathered at dusk, huddled close together, sharing stories to ward off the chilling grip of the night. The flickering flames cast a warm glow, chasing away the shadows while the tales of the underworld crept back into the corners of their minds. They spoke of the importance of honoring the dead, lest their spirits linger too long, seeking revenge for forgotten memories. It was a delicate balance, nurturing the connection between the living and the lost, a bond steeped in reverence and dread. As the festival of Lemuria approached, excitement mixed with trepidation. Families prepared their homes, setting out offerings of beans and bread to appease the spirits. The night was filled with ritual and reverence, as the living sought to acknowledge their ancestors, to call them back for just a moment, to let their presence guide and protect. Candles flickered in the darkness, illuminating the faces of the living, casting ghostly shadows that danced along the walls, as if the past were coming alive. The tension rose as the night deepened. The air thickened with anticipation, and each creak of the wooden floorboards echoed like whispers from the underworld. It was during this sacred night that the veil was thinnest, the boundary between the living and the dead almost non-existent. The flickering light caught the glint of a coin on the altar, a token of remembrance, while the stories of lost souls filled the air, wrapping around the living like gossamer threads of fate. But beneath the tales of reverence lay a lurking fear. The ghosts of the underworld had their demands, and if the living failed to honor them, the consequences could be dire. The stories of the vengeful dead spread like wildfire, tales of families torn apart by curses and misfortune. It was said that those who ignored their ancestors would find themselves haunted, their dreams twisted into nightmares, as the spirits clawed for attention, desperate to be remembered. Pluto watched from his shadowy throne, his presence a constant reminder that the balance could tip with a single misstep. He was a god of wealth and the dark mysteries of the afterlife, embodying the duality of fear and respect that colored Roman life. The people knew that to live without acknowledging the underworld was to invite disaster, a dance with the unknown that could spiral into chaos at any moment. As the echoes of laughter faded and the flames died down, an uneasy silence settled over the city. The stories of the underworld lingered in the minds of the people, a haunting melody that played in the background of their lives. In the lingering shadows, the spirits of the lost awaited their chance to reconnect, to be remembered, to weave their legacy into the fabric of the living, forever blurring the lines between life and death, compelling hearts to race with both fear and hope. In the flickering torchlight of ancient Rome, shadows danced as whispers filled the air. Theirs was a world steeped in the mysteries of life and death. A chilling breeze swept through the marketplace, sending a shiver down the spine of a passing citizen, a reminder of the unseen forces that lingered just beyond the veil. The Romans, practical and fierce, were not immune to the pull of the supernatural, their hearts entwined with tales of the dead that echoed from the rich soil of Greece. The underworld was not merely a place of ghosts. It was a realm of stories, each thread weaving its way through the fabric of Roman culture with a haunting resonance. The Greeks had gifted the world a pantheon of deities and stories, and among them whispered the tragic fate of souls navigating the murky waters of the afterlife. Hades, with his stern gaze and unyielding grasp, ruled over a kingdom draped in shadows. The Romans, ever adaptive, reshaped these myths into their own narrative, giving birth to a unique cultural tapestry that reflected both fear and fascination. The tale of Orpheus, who dared to venture beyond the living world to reclaim his beloved Eurydice, sent ripples through the hearts of the Roman people. They understood the agony of loss. The haunting melody of his lyre became a metaphor for their own grief, resonating with every heart that dared to love. Every autumn, as the leaves turned to gold and fell to the earth, the Romans honored the dead. Festivals like Parentalia and Lemuria took root in the soil of their cities, a testament to the Greek legacy. Men and women dressed in somber attire, offering food and prayers to the spirits that roamed the streets. Homes adorned with wreaths became sacred spaces where the living met the lingering echoes of those who had passed. In this blend of reverence and fear, one could almost hear the whispers of ancient Greeks, their stories entwined with the fabric of Roman life, fueling the imagination and the heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the bustling forum, the tales of the underworld transformed into theatrical spectacles. The Romans were masters of performance, drawing inspiration from Greek tragedies that depicted the suffering of souls in the afterlife. The stage became a portal, transporting audiences to the edge of despair and hope. The myth of Persephone, who descended into the underworld only to rise again, captivated the minds of the Roman populace. They saw in her story the cycles of their own lives, the joy of reunion, the sorrow of separation, and the inevitable embrace of death. Venus and Mars, their love intertwined with conflict, often found themselves swept up in the drama of the underworld. The Romans reinterpreted their Greek counterparts, infusing their own cultural values into the tales. Love and war wove a complex narrative, paralleling the struggles of their own existence. The idea of fate, so prominent in Greek myth, was not lost on the Romans. They, too, believed that destiny hung like a dark cloud over their lives, sometimes lifting but often looming ominously ahead. In the quiet corners of homes, one could find small shrines to the Laras and Penates, the household gods who protected the family. Yet, the shadows of the underworld were always present, a constant reminder of mortality. Romans believed that the spirits of their ancestors lingered nearby, watching over them. This connection to the past was a powerful force, anchoring them in a world that often felt chaotic and uncertain. The tales of Greek heroes descending into the depths served to remind them of their own struggles and triumphs, illuminating the path through darkness. As Rome expanded, so too did the influence of Greek mythology. Soldiers returning from distant lands brought stories of the underworld that resonated with their own experiences of loss and bravery. The crossing of the river Styx became a metaphor for the journeys taken by these men, a threshold between the known and the unknown. In the taverns and marketplaces, voices rose in passionate debate over the significance of these tales, their meanings morphing with each retelling. The Romans, with their practical minds, found solace in the myths, using them as moral compasses to navigate their lives. In the grand amphitheaters, the tragic tales of Greek heroes played out in vivid colors, capturing the hearts of the audience. The very essence of Greek underworld myths, the tension between life and death, love and loss, became the heartbeat of Roman entertainment. Spectators gasped, laughed, and wept, their emotions stirred by the timeless narratives. The story of Achilles, whose rage and sorrow were fueled by the death of his friend, echoed in the souls of those who witnessed it. They understood the weight of grief, the desire for vengeance, and the longing for redemption. As the centuries unfolded, the myths continued to evolve, adapting to the ever-changing landscape of Roman culture. They seeped into art, architecture, and philosophy, leaving indelible marks that could still be felt in the very stones of the city. Temples dedicated to gods of the underworld stood regally among the ruins, inscribed with stories that whispered of lost souls seeking solace. The Romans, with their engineering marvels, built structures that echoed the journey of the dead, aligning their earthly desires with the spiritual realms above and below. Yet, beneath this rich cultural tapestry lay an undercurrent of fear. The Romans were acutely aware of the fragility of life, the inevitability of death. They sought to appease the gods of the underworld with lavish ceremonies, ensuring that their souls would find peace in the afterlife. The tales of Charon, the ferryman guiding souls across the Styx, loomed large in their collective consciousness. Each coin placed on the eyes of the deceased became a plea for safe passage, a desperate attempt to navigate the uncertainties of what lay beyond. As the Roman Empire reached its pinnacle, the influence of Greek underworld myths surged, intertwining with the very identity of the people. The stories became mirrors reflecting their own hopes and fears. It was not merely about gods and monsters. It was about the essence of being human, the struggle to find meaning in a world fraught with uncertainty. The underworld was no longer just a destination. It became a profound metaphor for their journey through life, forever shaping the thoughts and spirits of those who walked the bustling streets of Rome. Amidst the grand tales and the somber rituals, a profound truth emerged. The stories of the dead were not simply relics of the past but living, breathing entities that shaped the thoughts, beliefs, and hearts of a civilization. Each myth held power, resonating with those who dared to listen. In every flicker of torchlight, in every whispered prayer, the influence of the Greek underworld continued to pulse within the veins of Roman culture, an eternal dance between life and death. A funeral procession wound its way through the cobblestone streets of ancient Athens, the air heavy with sorrow and the scent of freshly laid earth. Mourners draped in black followed a simple wooden coffin, their faces etched with grief. Yet, amid the sorrow, there stood an unyielding figure, Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor of Rome. His thoughts were not on the loss but on the meaning of death itself. To Marcus, death was not an end, but a natural part of life, a transient state that all must face. His stoic heart beat with a peculiar calmness, a stark contrast to the weeping crowd around him. In this moment, the teachings of Stoicism came alive. Death, according to the Stoics, was not to be feared. It was a return to the cosmos, a return to the same elements that created us. Marcus, in his mind, recited the Stoic mantra, "What is not good for the hive is not good for the bee." The loss of a loved one stung like a bitter poison, yet it was a reminder of life's fleeting nature. The Stoics taught that acceptance was the key to tranquility. Rather than lamenting the inevitability of death, they urged the living to embrace it. They saw death as a companion, a gentle whisper reminding them to savor each moment, to live fully, because all things must pass. As the procession moved forward, the somber mood shifted to one of reflection. Nearby, Epicurus stood among his followers, his face illuminated by the soft glow of an oil lamp. He, too, engaged with the notion of death, but through a different lens. "Death is nothing to us," he proclaimed, his voice resonating with warmth and clarity. For Epicurus, the fear of death was a great source of suffering. He argued that death should not invoke dread but should be recognized as a release from the burdens of life. To him, life was a tapestry of pleasures and pains, and the cessation of existence was simply the end of suffering, a peaceful return to tranquility. Epicurus's followers leaned in closer, captivated by his words. They sought comfort in the belief that once one is dead, no pain or fear could touch them. It was a philosophy steeped in joyous acceptance, a call to enjoy the fleeting pleasures of life without the weight of death looming overhead. Let us live delightfully, he urged. For death is nothing more than the absence of sensation. His teachings encouraged them to look around, to cherish the laughter of friends, the warmth of the sun, and the taste of good food. For these were the moments that defined life, not the end that awaited them all. The tension between these two philosophies simmered under the surface, igniting fierce debates in the agora, where citizens gathered to discuss the pressing issues of the day. Stoics would argue passionately for the virtue of self-control, showing how mastering one's emotions in the face of death was the path to true wisdom. A wise man is not disturbed by the thought of death, they would proclaim, their voices mingling with the rustle of olive trees and the sounds of the city bustling around them. Epicureans countered with their own fervor, promoting the joy of living without the shackles of fear. If we are not here to experience pain, then why should we concern ourselves with death? It is a mere shadow, a fleeting thought. They painted a picture of life's joys as a banquet laid out for each person to relish, urging everyone to indulge in the flavors of existence, to savor every moment, because once it was gone, it was simply gone. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the city, the debates heated up, echoing through the streets. A young man, caught between these two philosophies, stood at the crossroads of his beliefs. He could feel the weight of death pressing against him, a heavy cloak that threatened to suffocate his youthful spirit. He was torn. Should he strive for the Stoic acceptance of his fate, or should he embrace the Epicurean notion of living fully in the moment, casting aside the fear of what lay ahead? Lost in thought, he wandered through the marketplace, where vibrant colors and laughter filled the air. His mind danced between the teachings of Marcus and Epicurus, each whispering their truths in his ear. He watched children playing, their laughter like sweet music, and he realized that life was indeed fleeting, a series of moments strung together like pearls on a necklace. The laughter, the joy, the tears, they were all part of the intricate design of existence. Yet, a single thought nagged at him, the inevitability of death. It loomed like a cloud over all the joy, threatening to rain despair upon the vibrant scene. His heart raced as he contemplated the fragility of life. The lessons of the Stoics and Epicureans echoed in his mind, and he stood still, poised between acceptance and indulgence. What if he could take both lessons to heart? What if he could embrace the transient nature of life while also savoring each moment? Perhaps this was the bridge that linked the two philosophies, an understanding that to live fully was to accept death as a companion rather than an enemy. As the sun bid farewell to the day, the young man felt a flicker of hope ignite within him, a possibility that he could weave the wisdom of both schools into the tapestry of his own life. The marketplace around him pulsed with life, but in his heart, a storm brewed, a tempest of emotions wrestling for control. The fear of death and the desire for joy collided in a whirlwind of thought, creating a space where new understanding could flourish. As he stood there, the shadows deepening around him, he felt the weight of centuries of philosophy pressing down like a mantle of wisdom. Each thought, each lesson, each story from Stoicism and Epicureanism reverberated through him, laying the foundation for a new perspective on life and death, a perspective colored by the hues of both acceptance and delight. The air crackled with tension, the vibrant life of the marketplace juxtaposed against the solemnity of inevitable closure. And there, at the crossroads, the young man realized he was not alone. He was part of a lineage of thinkers who had grappled with these profound questions, echoing through the ages. As he took a step forward, the crowd around him continued on, unaware of the transformation taking place within him. He felt alive, vibrating with the energy of the philosophies that defined so many before him, ready to face the unknown with a heart full of life. In the dim light of a flickering stage, a chorus of laughter erupts, echoing off the weathered walls of a Roman theater. The audience, a sea of togas and tunics, erupts in guffaws as a character, grotesquely adorned with a mask of exaggerated grief, stumbles through the shadows of the underworld. Here, humor and satire dance hand in hand, their steps as lively as the spirits that supposedly haunt the dark alleys of the afterlife. The underworld in Roman comedy is a curious place, a vivid tapestry woven with threads of dark humor and sharp wit. This is no somber realm of eternal night, but a vibrant caricature of death, where the souls of the departed are portrayed not as sorrowful specters but as wily, mischievous characters. They lament their fate not with tears but with jests, turning their plight into a spectacle that tickles the ribs of the living. Take Plautus, for instance, the master of Roman comedic theater. His characters venture into the realm of the dead with a carefree attitude, treating Hades as if it were just another marketplace, bustling with quirky souls and comedic encounters. In one of his plays, a clever servant devises a plan to deceive the gods. The absurdity of a mere mortal outsmarting divine beings blends humor with a biting critique of the social order, exposing the absurdities of life and death alike. The souls wandering the underworld are not mere figments of a somber imagination. They are drawn from the rich tapestry of Roman society. The shades of the dead are depicted as gossiping, scheming, and sometimes even frivolous, their antics a mirror to the living world above. It is in these moments that the audience finds a peculiar comfort, a sense of connection with the dead, who are portrayed not as terrifying shadows, but as familiar faces full of flaws and follies. One can almost hear the echoes of laughter as characters like the cunning slave or the greedy merchant challenge the very fabric of morality. In the underworld, they confront their pasts, not with regret, but with a glint of mischief in their eyes. This playful mockery of the afterlife creates a powerful satire, forcing the audience to confront their own lives, their own choices, and the absurdity that often accompanies the human condition. As the comedy unfolds, the tension grows palpable. The audience is drawn into a world where even the most fearsome of deities become the butt of jokes. The figure of Pluto, the god of the underworld, is transformed from a fearsome ruler into a bumbling bureaucrat, overwhelmed by the chaotic antics of his subjects. This portrayal not only provides comic relief but also delves into the absurdity of power and control. What good is a god if he cannot maintain order even in the realm of the dead? The laughter that follows is not just for amusement. It is a cathartic release, a moment of rebellion against the constraints of life. In one unforgettable scene, a lost soul attempts to negotiate his way out of eternal darkness, engaging in a hilariously absurd bargaining process with Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Their exchange is filled with clever wordplay and sharp retorts, turning a moment that could be steeped in despair into a delightful farce. The audience can almost feel the weight of life's burdens lift as they witness this ridiculous transaction. A reminder that even in death, the human spirit finds a way to endure, to jest, and to challenge fate. Yet, amid the laughter, there lies a deeper current of sorrow. These comedic portrayals of the underworld hint at the collective fear of death and the unknown. The humor serves as a shield, protecting the audience from the more sinister aspects of mortality. It is a tool that allows them to explore the darker themes of life, the inevitability of death and the absurdity of existence, without succumbing to despair. The laughter becomes a bridge, connecting the living to the dead, and reminding them that while life may be fleeting, the comedy woven into its fabric is eternal. As the final act approaches, the chaos in the underworld escalates. The spirits gather for a grand festival, a celebration of life after death, where the boundaries between the living and the dead blur. The audience watches in awe as the characters engage in a wild dance of mockery and revelry, their laughter spiraling into a cacophony that reverberates through the theater. The underworld, once a place of gloom, transforms into a vibrant carnival where humor reigns supreme, and the echoes of the past and present intertwine. This vibrant depiction of the underworld isn't merely a comedic backdrop. It reflects the societal norms and values of ancient Rome. Through satire, The playwrights challenged the status quo, poking fun at the powerful while highlighting the struggles of the common man. The laughter shared by the audience serves as an act of defiance, a collective acknowledgement of their shared humanity, and the absurdities that lie both in life and in death. The characters, now fully alive in their comedic quest, take the audience on an emotional roller coaster. They leap from joy to despair, from laughter to reflection, creating a tapestry of experiences that resonate deeply. The power of humor, especially in the face of the ultimate unknown, transforms the stage into a sacred space where mortality can be confronted with a wink and a chuckle. As the final scene unfolds, the crowd is left breathless, a mix of laughter and reflection hanging in the air. The spirit of the underworld thrives in the hearts of the audience, a lingering reminder that even in death, there is room for laughter, satire, and a touch of humanity. The play may be drawing to a close, but the echoes of the underworld continue to resonate, a vibrant reminder that life, even in its darkest moments, is filled with humor and the absurdity of existence. The flickering torchlight danced along the ancient walls of Rome, casting eerie shadows that whispered of lives long gone. A cold breeze stirred through the narrow streets, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decay. The remnants of the past lingered, and for those who dared to listen, the echoes of a different time were unmistakable. Ghosts roamed among the living, their stories intertwined with the very fabric of the city. In the bustling marketplace of the Forum, merchants hawked their wares, but just beneath the noise of haggling voices lay a deeper sound, a faint, sorrowful wail that only the most attuned could hear. It was said that the shade of a young girl, lost to a cruel twist of fate, wandered these very stalls, her spirit seeking solace amid the clamor of commerce that once filled her days. Her name was Livia, and the tale of her tragic end sent chills down the spines of those who recounted it. The girl had been promised to a wealthy merchant, yet a jealous rival conspired to ensure that she would never reach the altar. Now, her restless spirit drifted among the living, searching for the happiness that had been cruelly snatched away. As night fell, the city transformed. The once vibrant streets turned ominous, shadows stretching like skeletal fingers. The Roman elite, draped in luxurious togas, spoke of omens and portents, of dreams that foretold misfortune. They understood the weight of the past, how it clung to their souls like a shroud. Wealthy houses stood proud, but many concealed darker secrets within their opulent walls. A famous senator's mansion was rumored to be haunted by the ghost of a betrayed lover, her forlorn cries echoing in the stillness of the night. The senator, it was said, had taken a life to protect his honor, but the bloodstains of regret seeped through the marble floors, demanding justice even beyond the grave. In the shadow of the Palatine Hill, where gods and men once mingled, a chilling tale surfaced. The ghost of a gladiator, a fierce warrior who had met his end in the arena, haunted the very spot where he fought for glory. His spirit, filled with rage and sorrow, was said to appear beneath the moonlight, sword in hand, ready to battle any who dared to challenge him. Spectators claimed to hear the clash of steel and the roar of a crowd, though none remained to witness it. Those brave enough to visit the site at night felt an inexplicable chill run down their spine, as if the air itself absorbed his pain, a testament to the sacrifices made in the name of entertainment. In dimly lit taverns, away from the grandeur of the Senate, the stories grew more intimate and sinister. The common folk spoke of Laura's, household spirits tasked with protecting the home. Yet, legends twisted, revealing darker tales of vengeful spirits, ghosts of servants wronged by cruel masters. A certain innkeeper, remembered only as Marcus, met an untimely end when he dared to cheat a loyal servant out of his wages. The man's ghost returned to the inn each night, rattling chains and smashing pottery, seeking retribution for the betrayal. Patrons trembled with fear, their mugs of wine forgotten as the air thickened with the tension of justice denied. And it wasn't just the living who paid homage to the dead. The Romans honored their ancestors, believing the past held power over their present. At family gatherings, they would raise a toast to the shades of departed relatives, inviting their spirits to join the feast. Yet, the line between reverence and terror often blurred. A revered general who had died in battle, celebrated in marble statues and grand eulogies, became a shadowy figure at banquets. Guests swore they could feel his watchful gaze, a reminder of the sacrifices made and the lives lost. His presence was a weight on their hearts, a constant reminder that glory often came with a price. In the quieter corners of Rome, beneath arched doorways and vine-covered walls, the whispers of the past grew louder. A poet, inspired by the legends of old, wrote verses that captured the essence of ghostly encounters. His words dripped with emotion, painting scenes of love lost and battles fought, where specters wandered restlessly, seeking closure. His poems were recited in hushed tones, igniting imaginations and fears, as listeners felt the chill of the unseen brush against their skin. The artist had carved a space where the living and the dead danced, where the past seeped into the present like ink on parchment. As autumn leaves fell, casting a patchwork of color on the cobblestones, fear and fascination intertwined tightly within the hearts of the Roman people. Tales of hauntings spread like wildfire, each story more haunting than the last. Those who walked the streets at twilight felt an electric thrill, a mix of dread and curiosity. They were drawn to the haunted places, hoping to catch a glimpse of the spectral figures that flitted just beyond the reach of candlelight. A shared understanding passed among them. Ghosts were not merely remnants of the past. They were warnings, reminders that every choice has consequences, and that some stories refuse to be buried. In a time when fate had been dictated by the gods, the Romans found solace in their own legends, dark and twisted as they were. They clung to the belief that the spirits of the past intertwined with their daily lives, influencing the present in ways they could not comprehend. As shadows deepened and the night grew older, the spirits gathered, their tales intertwining like threads in an intricate tapestry. Each ghost was a story yearning to be told, a sorrow seeking acknowledgement, a life unfinished. As the echoes of their stories filled the night, the living continued to walk the streets of Rome, forever haunted by the shadows of the past. Each step down the cobbled path led them closer to encounters that would blur the lines of life and death. The pulse of the city thrummed with anticipation, as if daring the next soul to confront the mysteries that lay beyond the veil. An invitation wrapped in chilling allure, promising that the ghosts of yesterday would forever linger, waiting for their stories to be told. A soft, eerie light flickered in the shadows of the underworld, where whispers of forgotten souls and the weight of lost dreams roamed freely. Proserpina, an embodiment of both innocence and fierce strength, stood at the threshold between light and darkness, her elegant form a testament to the power of femininity woven into the very fabric of the underworld. Her presence was magnetic, a blend of vulnerability and authority that could command the attention of even the most hardened souls who lingered in despair. The stories of Proserpina, daughter of Ceres, cascaded like soft rain, each drop a tale of love, loss, and transformation. She was more than just a figure of myth. She was a bridge between two worlds, solidifying her role as a powerful woman in the realm of shadows. When Hades, the god of the underworld, took her from the sunlit fields of Sicily, he did not merely capture a maiden. He entwined himself with a force that would reshape the balance of power in both the heavens and the abyss. In the stillness of the underworld, Proserpina felt the weight of her dual existence, the child of earth and the queen of the dead. She wandered through the dimly lit halls of Hades' domain, her heart a battleground of conflicting emotions. She missed her mother, Ceres, who roamed the earth in search of her lost daughter, bringing famine and despair to the mortal realm. But in her solitude, Proserpina discovered an unfamiliar strength, a burgeoning power that rippled through her with every step she took. No longer merely a pawn in the hands of the gods, she began to embrace her role as a ruler. In the grand palace of the underworld, shadows danced along the walls as if they were alive. Proserpina sat upon her throne, adorned with pomegranate seeds that glimmered like rubies in the muted light, a symbol of her duality. She could hear the faint echoes of the souls around her, each whisper a plea for compassion, for understanding. It was then that she recognized her purpose, to be a protector of the lost, to give them hope and a voice in a world devoid of light. Her heart swelled with determination as she realized she could be the catalyst for change even in the darkest of places. With every passing day, her bond with Hades transformed. Initially, he had been an imposing figure, a master of the underworld who ruled with an iron fist. Yet, as Proserpina engaged him in conversation, sharing her dreams and fears, she found a partner beneath his stern facade. He listened, captivated by her spirit and intelligence. Their debates became a dance, a mixture of passion and power that stirred the very foundations of the underworld. Together, they reshaped the realm. Her presence instilled a sense of balance, a reminder that even in death, there could be life, and even in despair, there could be hope. Proserpina's influence began to seep into the fabric of the underworld. The souls who once drifted aimlessly found solace in her wisdom. She listened to their stories, their regrets, and their wishes, weaving them into a tapestry of compassion. She encouraged them to embrace their past, to accept their choices, and to find peace in their existence. The realm began to flourish, not with flowers, but with the strength of rebirth, like the seasons that mirrored her own journey, a cycle of life and death that echoed through eternity. Yet, there was a darkness looming beyond the horizon. The imbalance created by Proserpina's power stirred jealousy among the male gods. They watched with narrowed eyes, their own egos bruised by the rise of a woman who dared to claim her rightful place among them. They whispered poison into the air, attempting to sow discord between Hades and Proserpina. The more they plotted, the more Proserpina's resolve solidified. She would not be a pawn in their game. She would stand tall, a fierce protector of her domain. Tension crackled in the air like an impending storm. One fateful day, the earth quaked, sending tremors through the underworld as a message rang clear. Change was on the horizon. Proserpina felt the shift in the atmosphere, the shadows swirling with energy. The winds of fate had begun to shift, and she could sense the encroaching threat of chaos. Her heart raced with a mix of fear and excitement. This was her moment to rise, to defend the world she had nurtured and fought for. In the depths of her being, Proserpina felt the call of her mother, Ceres. The pain of separation pulled at her heartstrings, a reminder of the love that had shaped her, urging her not to forget her roots. The pomegranate seeds glistened under the dim lights, a reminder that she carried both nourishment and destruction within her. It was a powerful dichotomy, one that resonated with every soul she encountered. They were drawn to her strength, her compassion, and her unwavering resolve. As the darkness drew closer, Proserpina gathered her courage. She would not only fight for her place in the underworld, she would fight for every lost soul that had found comfort in her embrace. She began to rally the spirits, igniting a fire within them that had long been extinguished. Together, they forged a resistance against the jealousy-fueled chaos brewing in the heavens. Proserpina's voice rang out, strong and clear, a rallying cry echoing through the halls of the underworld. "Let us stand together. Let us rise against the darkness," she proclaimed, her words penetrating the gloom like a beacon of light. The souls responded, their spirits lifting as they rallied around her. Proserpina, the queen of the underworld, became a symbol of resilience, a force of nature that could no longer be ignored. As the tension mounted, the underworld transformed into a battleground, a place where light clashed with darkness. The male gods, threatened by a power they could not control, prepared to strike. But Proserpina stood at the front lines, a fierce protector of the lost and the forgotten. With each encounter, she learned to harness the very essence of the underworld, weaving together the threads of life and death into a tapestry of strength. In that moment, as the world around her trembled with anticipation, Proserpina knew that her power was not just her own. It was a legacy of all the women who had come before her, a testament to the strength of femininity that could not be silenced. And as the shadows closed in, she grasped the pomegranate seeds tightly, ready to face whatever storm awaited her. In the flickering shadows of a torchlit chamber, the scent of damp earth mingled with the distant echoes of despair. Souls whispered through the cracks of the walls, their narratives entwining with the very fabric of a society built on both glory and treachery. The underworld, that dark and foreboding expanse, was not merely a place where the dead lingered. It was a mirror reflecting the moral struggles of the living. Each soul condemned to its depths carried with it the weight of choices made, a haunting reminder of the ethical dilemmas that shaped the grand narrative of Rome. As the Romans ventured deeper into their own ambition, they often flirted with the very edge of morality. The stories of the departed served as cautionary tales, striking fear into the hearts of those who dared to contemplate crossing the boundaries set by divine and human law. In this underworld, the gods watched, their eyes keen on the actions of mortals, eager to dispense punishment or reward. The tale of a soldier, once celebrated in the Forum, now found himself wandering the ashen paths of Hades, tormented by the ghosts of those he had slain. Each step echoed with regret, a vivid reminder that actions have consequences, and the specters of his past would forever haunt him. The concept of justice in Rome was intrinsically linked to the underworld. The poet Virgil painted a chilling picture of this realm in his epic tales, revealing a place where the wicked were eternally punished and the virtuous were rewarded. The story of the ruthless emperor who, in life, had slaughtered innocents for the sake of power, echoed through the halls of the afterlife. His punishment was fitting, forever bound to a fiery pit, a living reminder of the horror and chaos he had unleashed upon the earth. Morality was not merely a set of laws. It was a living, breathing entity that demanded respect, binding the Roman citizens to their ethical codes. The underworld also served as a sanctuary for the forgotten. The souls of the poor, the marginalized, and the enslaved found peace among their own. Here, they told tales of their suffering, their voices rising like smoke into the ether, mingling with the cries of those who had wronged them. They whispered lessons on humility and compassion, urging the living to remember their struggles and to treat each other with kindness. In the darkness, the lines between right and wrong blurred, illuminating the gray areas of morality that were often ignored in the bright light of Roman glory. Amidst these tales, the haunting figure of Persephone emerged, a reminder of the delicate balance between life and death, light and darkness. Her story resonated with the Romans, who understood that life was often a dance between hope and despair. Just as she had been taken to the depths, so too could the proud find themselves humbled. This duality stirred a deep sense of empathy in the hearts of the citizens, urging them to reflect on their own lives and the choices that led them to their present state. Yet, the darkness of the underworld was not solely a space of punishment. It was also a realm of reflection and revelation. The Roman practice of honoring ancestors through rituals invoked a sense of connection with the past, urging the living to learn from the mistakes and virtues of those who had come before. As families gathered to remember their departed, stories emerged, weaving a tapestry of morality that guided their actions in life. Each candle lit in remembrance flickered like a heartbeat, reminding the living of their responsibilities in a world where every choice mattered. In the grand arena, where gladiators fought not just for glory but for their very lives, the underworld loomed large over the spectators. The crowd roared, their cheers mingling with the scent of blood and sweat. Yet behind their frenzied excitement lay a chilling acknowledgement of mortality. Each fight was not merely a contest of strength. It was a reminder of the thin lines separating life from death. The fallen warrior, the vanquished hero, became part of the lore that shaped the ethics of the spectators. They were forced to confront the fragility of existence, and as they cheered for victory, they whispered silent prayers for the souls destined for the underworld. The tales of the underworld were not simply stories. They were ethical markers, guiding the actions of a society constantly teetering on the edge of virtue and vice. They served as a haunting reminder of the consequences of hubris, urging individuals to tread carefully on the path of ambition. With each tale of lost souls, the Romans learned that their legacy would be forged not just in victories, but in the moral choices they made along the way. As the shadows deepened and the flicker of the torches waned, the whispers of the underworld grew louder. The emotions, the hopes, and the fears of the living intertwined with the stories of those lost to the darkness. The specters of the past beckoned, urging the living to confront their own choices, as the line between right and wrong swayed like a pendulum caught in a storm. The weight of morality pressed down heavily, not just as a concept but as a living force that shaped the very essence of Rome. And so, In this intricate dance of life and death, the underworld stood as a testament to the human condition, a reminder that every action has an echo, every choice carries a shadow. The tales of the lost souls would continue to ripple through the ages, influencing the hearts of the living, as they navigated the turbulent waters of morality, forever haunted by the choices they made and the legacy they left behind. The sky above was a tapestry of vibrant colors, swirling with shades of gold and crimson, as Charon's ferry glided silently across the dark waters of the Styx. Souls, lost yet hopeful, lined up to board, each face etched with the weight of their past. The river whispered secrets of lives lived, choices made, and the consequences that trailed behind like shadows. This was no ordinary crossing. It was the passage to the Elysian Fields, a place where the deserving could find peace or face the reckoning of their deeds. Among the souls was Callista, a woman who had fought valiantly in the name of justice, her heart filled with the noble desire to protect the weak. But even in her bravery, there had been moments of doubt, choices that left scars on her conscience. As she looked back at the shores of her life, memories flooded her mind like waves crashing onto the rocks, moments of kindness intertwined with shades of betrayal. "Do you fear judgment?" A timid voice broke her reverie. It belonged to a young boy with eyes wide as saucers, innocent yet so painfully aware of the weight he carried. Callista knelt beside him, her heart aching for the life he had known. "No," she replied, though deep inside, doubt gnawed at her soul. She had always believed the good would be rewarded, but what if her truth was a fragile illusion? As the ferry glided silently toward the Elysian Fields, the land became visible, a lush expanse that seemed to glow with an ethereal light. Flowers bloomed in colors no eye had ever seen, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and honey. But beneath the beauty lay an undercurrent of tension. For this paradise was not merely a reward. It was a reflection of every soul's journey, and each flower, each breeze, whispered their tales. In the distance, a figure caught Callista's eye. It was an older man, his face lined with the marks of time and sorrow. He stood rigidly at the entrance, guarding the thresholds of joy and despair. The souls were drawn to him, some eager to embrace the rewards of their virtuous lives, while others hesitated, their hearts heavy with the weight of their sins. This guardian was no ordinary sentinel. He was Minos, the judge of the underworld. Minos surveyed the gathering crowd, his gaze penetrating as he called forth the first soul. A warrior, proud and defiant, moved forward, chest puffed out as if still clad in armor. "I fought for glory," he boasted. But Minos' expression was unfazed, and he held up a hand, silencing the warrior's bravado. "Glory can be a mask for ambition. What of the lives you took? What of the innocents caught in your path?" A chill swept through the crowd as the warrior's bravado wavered, his bravado cracking against the cold reality of judgment. The air thickened with tension, and whispers spread like wildfire. Others began to pull back, apprehensive of their own fates. Callista felt her heart race, a mix of dread and anticipation. Would her own deeds hold her to the light or cast her into darkness? Next, a woman stepped forward, her head held high, an air of serenity surrounding her. "I have loved deeply," she said, her voice soothing like a lullaby. "I have cared for those in pain." Minos' eyes softened momentarily, but he pressed on. "But did you not also turn away when it suited you? Love is a two-edged sword, and every heart has shadows." As she stepped aside, the weight of her own guilt pressed upon Callista like a heavy cloak. She had loved fiercely too, but had she always chosen love over fear? As the stories unfolded, souls began to tremble around her, and she could see the truth reflected in their eyes. Each story was a thread in the fabric of existence, woven together by threads of joy and sorrow, triumph and failure. One by one, souls faced their judgment, each revealing layers of their past, peeling back the facade they had constructed during life. Some found solace, others a reckoning they had long avoided. A sense of unease gripped Callista as she realized that her moment would come, and she could feel Minos' penetrating gaze shifting toward her. "What will you say when your time comes?" whispered the boy beside her, eyes filled with a mix of fear and curiosity. "What will you tell him?" The question hung in the air like a specter, and Callista swallowed hard. What could she offer in her defense? Would her bravery count for anything if she had also faltered in her duty to those she loved? The tension shifted suddenly as a raucous laugh broke the silence. It was a man, unrepentant and cocky, striding forward without hesitation. "I seized every opportunity. I lived for myself, and I regret nothing." His arrogance filled the space, but Minos didn't flinch. "Perhaps you regret nothing, but the world remembers the harm you caused." As the man was led away, despair washed over the souls around Callista. Some cried out in protest, while others hung their heads in shame. The boy grasped her hand tightly. "What if we didn't live our lives the way we wanted?" he whispered, fear bleeding into his voice. "What if we can't go to the fields?" Callista's heart ached for him. She wanted to shield him from the weight of these decisions. Yet she knew this journey was not hers to control. Could the Elysian fields truly be a paradise? Or would it serve as a mirror, reflecting the truth of every soul that passed through? As Minos beckoned her forward, Callista felt her heart race. The warm light of the fields felt distant, almost like a dream she could barely grasp. "You stand before me now," Minos intoned, his voice steady and deep. "What will you offer as your truth?" The world around her faded, and all that mattered was the moment, the weight of her past resting heavily on her shoulders. This was her reckoning, a gaze into the core of who she was, and she could either yield to despair or rise to the challenge of honesty. And as the tension tightened like a bowstring, she felt the stirrings of her own voice, a whisper of hope, a plea for understanding. The Elysian fields awaited, but first, she must confront the shadows that danced in her heart. So as the breeze rustled through the golden grasses, a new chapter of judgment began, and the unseen bonds of fate intertwined between the souls, drawing them ever closer to their destinies, each echo reverberating with the promise of redemption or the weight of their choices. In the stillness of a moonlit night, as shadows danced across the worn stones of an ancient graveyard, the air thrummed with anticipation. An unsettling chill wrapped around the necks of those who dared to linger, a whisper of something beyond the veil of life. Beneath the surface of this seemingly placid scene lay a world of buried secrets, where the living sought the counsel of the deceased, and where the echoes of the past merged with the present in unsettling ways. The phenomenon known as necromancy had a grip on the human imagination, stretching back to the dawn of civilization. In the dim glow of flickering candles, a figure emerged, draped in layers of dark fabric that brushed against the ground. This was no ordinary seeker of the dead. This was a necromancer, a master of the arcane art of communicating with the departed. With each step, the necromancer seemed to inhale the very essence of the night, drawing the energy around them into a vortex of ancient power. History whispered through the air, a cacophony of voices waiting to be heard. In ancient Greece, the practice of necromancy thrived, with tales of wanderers venturing to the underworld to commune with the shades of the fallen. The rituals were not for the faint-hearted. They demanded devotion and, at times, sacrifice. The most famous of these stories was that of Odysseus, who journeyed to the land of the dead to seek the wisdom of the prophet Tiresias. As he offered libations and sacrifices, the spirits emerged, ghostly figures shrouded in sorrow and longing. Their lamentations echoed like a haunting melody, stirring a sense of dread and wonder. But the Greeks were not alone in their fascination with the dead. In ancient Egypt, the practice took on a different form. Here, the dead were not just gone. They transformed into something else entirely. The Egyptians believed in a cycle of life, death, and rebirth, a journey through the Duat. Priests, equipped with sacred texts and intricate rituals, would seek to communicate with the souls of the departed, hoping to guide them safely through the treacherous afterlife. The walls of the pyramids bore witness to countless inscriptions, invoking the divine and calling upon the deceased to lend their wisdom to the living. As the necromancer prepared their ritual, the air thickened with the weight of memories. Each incantation hung like a heavy fog, rich with the scent of incense and the bitter taste of fear. The circle of salt was drawn meticulously, its protective barrier shimmering faintly in the candlelight. It was here that the boundaries between the world of the living and the world of the dead would blur. The necromancer raised their arms, palms facing the heavens, channeling the energies of the universe, beckoning spirits to answer the call. This was not a game or a frivolous endeavor. It was a desperate plea for understanding, a yearning to bridge the chasm that death had created. Each heartbeat resonated with the whispers of those who had come before. Unfulfilled dreams, lost loves, and unresolved conflicts danced on the edge of perception. The necromancer, with furrowed brow and steady voice, began to speak, invoking names that held power. A pulse of life still clinging to the echoes of the past. In the dark corners of history, necromancers were both revered and feared. The Romans viewed them with skepticism, often associating the practice with dark magic and malevolence. Yet, even they could not resist the tales of seers and prophets who claimed to converse with the dead. The infamous necromancer, the witch Erichtho, was said to have raised the deceased for the sake of divination. Her chilling presence and the ghastly rituals she performed sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest soldiers. Her name lingered in whispers, a cautionary tale of the dangers of seeking knowledge from beyond. As the necromancer called upon the spirits, the atmosphere shifted. The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that sent goosebumps racing across the skin. The candle flames flickered wildly, casting ominous shadows that danced like the very souls they sought to summon. There was a moment, a heartbeat, where silence enveloped the graveyard. And then, as if answering an age-old call, the ground trembled beneath their feet. Figures began to materialize, wraith-like forms that swayed between the realms. They appeared confused, their faces etched with a mixture of sorrow and longing. The necromancer's heart raced as they locked eyes with a woman draped in tattered garments, her mouth moving, though no sound emerged. This was the moment they had prepared for, the thin line drawn between worlds becoming dangerously fragile. Words of comfort and questions spilled forth, each one a thread woven into the fabric of eternity. But with every answer came a price. The spirits spoke not just of wisdom but of regret, of unfinished business that clung to them like a shroud. Their tales were woven with threads of sadness, revealing the pain of separation, the weight of unspoken goodbyes. The necromancer felt the burden of their sadness, a heavy cloak that threatened to suffocate. The living sought closure, but the dead, in their own haunting way, craved acknowledgement. All around, the graveyard pulsed with life, a spectral echo reverberating through the air. The spirits began to fade, their whispers fading into the night, leaving behind a chilling silence. The necromancer, trembling and breathless, understood the gravity of their actions. For every spirit summoned, a tether was created, a link that could never be severed. It was a dance of light and shadow, of life and death, forever entwined. As the candles flickered one last time, the necromancer felt a shift, a presence lingering in the air, a promise that the dialogue with the dead would never truly end. The rituals would continue, echoing through time, and the voices of the departed would forever linger, waiting for another chance to be heard. The graveyard, with its ancient stones and weathered secrets, stood silent but alive, a testament to the timeless connection between the living and the dead, beckoning the next seeker to step forward. A flickering torch illuminated the stone walls of a narrow passageway, casting shadows that danced like whispers of the dead. Within the sprawling confines of the Roman Empire, where power and ambition soared to dizzying heights, the underworld loomed as the ultimate destination for all souls, an inevitable fate that both terrified and fascinated the living. The very thought of it sent shivers down the spines of men and women alike, stirring a complex concoction of dread and curiosity. In the bustling streets of Rome, citizens carried their burdens with a sense of urgency, yet the undercurrent of fear was palpable. They knew that beyond the laughter of taverns and the grandeur of temples lay a dark realm. The dead, they believed, affected the living in more ways than one. The Romans, despite their triumphs, were haunted by the very real specter of mortality. To them, The underworld was not merely a myth. It was a powerful force woven into the fabric of their society. As the empire expanded, conquering lands and peoples, the Romans encountered new beliefs about death and the afterlife. In every corner of their vast domain, from the misty hills of Gaul to the golden sands of Egypt, whispers of the dead mingled with the air. Each culture presented its own unique perspective on what lay beyond. The Romans, ever pragmatic, absorbed these beliefs, blending them into their own understanding of existence. This cultural exchange only deepened their fascination with the underworld, transforming it into a living tapestry of fears, hopes, and rituals. The tales of the underworld were as varied as the lands the Romans conquered. It was said that in this shadowy domain, the souls traveled a treacherous path, guided by Charon, the boatman who ferried the deceased across the river Styx. Those who could not pay his toll were doomed to wander the banks for eternity, lost and forlorn. The thought of such a fate haunted the minds of the living. They would often bury their loved ones with coins, placing them on their eyes or in their mouths, hoping to ensure a safe passage. The simple act of placing a coin became a powerful ritual, a poignant reminder that love transcended even death. As the empire's grip tightened around distant territories, the significance of these rituals spread. Soldiers returning from campaigns would recount tales of the underworld to their families, their voices hushed and serious, heightening the sense of mystery and fear. It was a common belief that the restless spirits of the past could influence the living, blessing or cursing them based on the reverence shown. The Romans crafted altars and shrines, not just to their gods, but also to appease the souls of the departed, a blend of honor and fear, woven into the everyday lives of the people. In the bustling marketplace, merchants hawked their wares beneath the watchful gaze of ancestral spirits. Families would gather to celebrate the feast of the dead, recalling the names of those lost and offering food and drink to their memories. Laughter mixed with tears as they shared stories, honoring those who had crossed the threshold into the underworld. The air was thick with the weight of nostalgia, a bittersweet acknowledgement of love that could not be extinguished, even by death. But the fascination with the underworld was not simply born of fear. It also sparked a profound curiosity about what lay beyond the veil. Philosophers and poets pondered the nature of the soul, crafting words that painted vivid pictures of a realm filled with shadows and light. Their verses echoed through the marble halls of the Senate and the vibrant amphitheaters, where audiences hung on every word, their imaginations ignited by the idea of an afterlife. Would there be judgment, reward, punishment? These questions simmered in the minds of Romans, evoking emotions that rang through the ages. As the empire expanded, the encounter with other cultures brought new ideas about life after death. The Egyptians, with their elaborate tombs and intricate beliefs in the afterlife, influenced Roman views significantly. The practice of mummification, though foreign, sparked a fascination among the Romans. They began to revere the elaborate burial practices of other cultures, adapting their own funerary customs to reflect their admiration and respect. The more they conquered, the more they learned, and the more intertwined their destinies became with the concept of an afterlife. In a darkened cave on the outskirts of Rome, a group of initiates gathered for a secretive rite. They believed they could commune with the spirits, gaining wisdom from the other side. Their hearts raced as they chanted and called upon the gods of the underworld, hoping for signs or messages from those who had passed. The flicker of oil lamps cast eerie shadows on their faces, their breaths mingling in the thick air, charged with anticipation. The thrill of this connection to the unseen world sent chills down their spines. Was it madness or enlightenment? With each passing year, the undercurrents of faith and superstition grew stronger. The embrace of mystery within the Roman Empire only intensified the dread surrounding death. The expansion of this mighty civilization became a paradox. While they conquered nations and asserted dominance, they remained deeply aware of their own vulnerability against the inevitable. The underworld was a mirror to their own mortality, a constant reminder that power and glory were fleeting. In the grand halls of the Senate, as senators debated the future of the empire, the whispers of the dead echoed in their minds. Each decision they made was tinged with the weight of responsibility not just to the living, but to the spirits who would watch from the shadows. They were haunted not just by the fear of failure in life, but by the potential of disappointing those who had passed on, whose legacies were entwined with their own. The underworld and the Roman Empire were forever intertwined, a dance of expansion and belief, a testament to the eternal struggle between life and death. As the empire's borders stretched ever wider, the fascination with what lay beyond became a shared bond among its people. Each conquest, each new belief, added threads to the intricate tapestry of the underworld. And as the sun dipped below the horizon each night, casting long shadows over the marble streets, the Romans would feel the weight of their own mortality, echoing the eternal call of the underworld that awaited them all. The tension between the living and the dead hung heavy in the air, a reminder that every story, no matter how grand, eventually leads to the shadows. In the shadows of ancient forests where the whisper of the wind sent shivers down spines, an altar once stood, stained with the offerings of the earth's bounty. Blood mingled with soil, and the sweet scent of incense danced through the air as the faithful gathered to honor the spirits of the land. Their hearts brimmed with an urgent hope, a belief that life extended beyond the confines of this world, where the veil between the living and the dead was fragile, almost translucent. Here, the notion of the afterlife was a tapestry woven with threads of nature, fate, and ancestral whispers. But change was brewing, like a storm on the horizon. As the sun dipped below the trees, casting long, haunting shadows, a new faith began to rise, bright and radiant, promising salvation and eternal life. The transition from the vibrant beliefs of paganism to the austere yet fervent embrace of Christianity was not merely a shift of faith. It was a transformation of the very essence of existence. The air crackled with tension, pregnant with the energy of a world on the brink of profound change. In the bustling market square of a Roman town, merchants called out to passers-by, their voices mingling in a cacophony of commerce. Yet, in the midst of this everyday hustle, a soft-spoken stranger spoke of a man who walked on water and turned the other cheek. His words floated through the air, wrapping around the hearts of listeners, igniting a flicker of something deep within them. This was not just a philosophy. It was a promise that echoed through the ages, beckoning souls toward a new understanding of life after death. Among the crowd stood Alicia, a woman steeped in the old ways, her heart heavy with the weight of her ancestors' traditions. She had once gathered with her kin, kneeling before the sacred stones, hands raised in supplication to the spirits that had guided them for generations. Those spirits spoke of an afterlife filled with feasting and revelry, a continuation of earthly joys amidst the stars. Yet, as she listened to the stranger, a sense of unease gripped her. The stories of heaven and hell painted by this new faith were stark, sharp edges cutting through the soft light of her familiar beliefs. The promise of eternal life was alluring, but it came with a price, a stark judgment that loomed like a specter over the lives of those who strayed. In that very moment, as she stood at the crossroads of her existence, visions of her ancestors flickered in her mind, faces illuminated by firelight, eyes glistening with the wisdom of ages past. They had not feared the end. They had embraced it, viewing death not as a punishment, but as a natural continuation of the cycle of life. The tension within her heart swelled as the stranger's voice broke through her reverie, speaking of a savior who had conquered death and offered redemption to all. Was it possible that a loving God awaited beyond the grave, ready to embrace the lost? Meanwhile, in the quiet of the hills, a group of early Christians gathered beneath a canopy of stars, their voices lifting in song, a melody of hope that resonated through the night. They spoke of a God who knew their names, who carried their burdens, and who promised a paradise beyond the darkest valleys of despair. For them, the afterlife was no longer a place of fear. It was a realm of peace, where the soul could finally rest. Yet, as their fervor grew, so did the resistance from those tethered to the old beliefs. The tension crackled like a lightning bolt, igniting clashes between the followers of the ancient ways and the disciples of the new faith. Alicia felt this conflict pulse through her veins. The old rituals, the vibrant festivals celebrating the cycles of nature, were being overshadowed by the burgeoning wave of Christianity. The old gods were being forgotten, their altars crumbling, and their stories fading into the dark abyss of history. She longed to cling to her past, yet the new faith tugged at her spirit with a raw urgency that was impossible to ignore. Fear and hope warred within her heart, each vying for dominance as she wrestled with the implications of this new worldview. As the sun broke over the horizon, casting golden light on the remnants of ancient temples, a moment of clarity washed over her. Christianity did not simply erase the old beliefs. It transformed them, reshaping the understanding of existence itself. The afterlife was no longer just a place of shadows and spirits wandering among the living. It was a bright promise, a radiant light guiding souls to a loving embrace in a paradise that awaited them. Yet, this promise came with a weighty responsibility. With the new faith came the idea of moral accountability, a sharp contrast to the more fluid interpretations of life after death that had existed before. Alicia felt the cold tendrils of fear wrap around her heart at the thought of judgment, a stark reminder of the choices made in life, of the fleeting nature of human existence, and the consequences that echoed into eternity. As she looked around at the changing world, she could sense the growing divide. Friends turned to strangers, families torn apart by the struggle between the old ways and the new. Her heart ached for the lost connections, the shared rituals that once bound them together in joyous celebration. Alicia stood at the precipice of a new era, where countless souls grappled with the weight of belief and the haunting question of what lay beyond the veil of death. In that moment, as the sun rose higher, illuminating the once shadowed paths of her people, Alicia made her choice. She stepped away from the altar of the old gods, not in rejection but in a search for understanding. With every step, she felt the echoes of her ancestors guiding her, their voices whispering through the leaves. The transition from paganism to Christianity was not merely a personal journey. It was a collective evolution, a moment in history where faith intertwined with the very essence of what it meant to be human. And as she walked into the unfolding dawn of a new belief, the air thick with anticipation, she knew that the story was far from over. Each heart held its own unique struggles, its own questions about the afterlife, and the eternal longing for connection. The clash of old and new, of fear and hope, raged on, creating a vivid tapestry of humanity caught in the throes of transformation. A transformation that would echo through the ages, forever altering the landscape of belief. The air is thick with the weight of ancient stories, whispers of the past lingering like shadows in a dimly lit chamber. Here, in the flickering light of a tallow candle, the underworld of the Roman Empire comes alive through the brushstrokes of artists who dared to sketch the afterlife. Their visions were haunting, vivid, and unsettling, each line etched with the fear and fascination of a civilization grappling with its mortality. In the bustling streets of Rome, wall paintings adorned the homes of the wealthy, and mosaic floors told tales that sent shivers down the spine. The underworld, or Orcus, as the Romans called it, was a place of both terror and wonder. Artists captured its essence, weaving together the threads of myth and reality. The imagery they created was not merely decorative. It was a window into the souls of those who lived and died in this vast empire. One could almost hear the echoes of the past in the intricate frescoes that decorated the walls of tombs. A young man, adorned with a laurel crown, descends into the shadows, guided by Mercury, the messenger of the gods. His expression is a mix of fear and curiosity, a reflection of the emotions that danced within every Roman heart. What lay beyond the veil of death? Was it a place of eternal darkness or a realm where souls could linger, forever haunted by the memories of their earthly lives? The artwork reveals a kaleidoscope of emotions, capturing not only the dread of the unknown, but also a longing for connection. In one corner of a burial chamber, a somber figure of a wife, her eyes brimming with tears, clutches a small urn. It is a poignant reminder of love lost, an eternal devotion that transcends death itself. The artist, with deft strokes, immortalizes her grief, allowing future generations to feel the weight of her sorrow, a heart-wrenching testament to the bonds that tethered the living to the departed. As the viewer gazes upon these depictions, they are drawn into the swirling vortex of the afterlife. There are scenes of the damned being tormented by demons, a terrifying sight that could make even the bravest of souls shudder. The twisted expressions of the tortured, the flames licking at their feet, speak of punishment and regret. Yet not all was despair. Some artworks hinted at the possibility of redemption and rebirth, suggesting that even in darkness, a flicker of hope remained. In the grand halls of the wealthy, mosaic floors shimmered with vibrant colors, revealing scenes that would ignite the imagination. A chariot drawn by ghostly horses speeds through a sky painted in hues of crimson and gold. Charon, the ferryman of the dead, stands at the helm, his skeletal hand gripping the oar with an eerie determination. The intricate pieces of glass and stone come together, forming a stunning tableau that invites admiration while invoking a chill. Viewers could almost hear the whispers of the departed carried by the river Styx, a song that echoed through time. The art of the underworld did not shy away from the grotesque. Some pieces depicted the monstrous figures that guarded the gates of Hades, creatures that left a lasting impression on the minds of those who viewed them. With scales glistening like diamonds and eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, the guardians were as captivating as they were terrifying. The fear of these beings reflected the societal anxieties of a civilization that was acutely aware of its own mortality. They were the gatekeepers of fate, reminding all who gazed upon them that death was an inevitable part of existence. In the corners of lesser-known tombs, more intimate scenes unfolded. A family gathered around a table, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of oil lamps, forever frozen in a moment of shared joy. The artist's hand captured their laughter, their love, a stark contrast to the cold reality that awaited them. It was a celebration of life, a reminder that even in death, the memories of the living would continue to flicker like flames in the darkness. It tugged at the heartstrings, evoking bittersweet nostalgia for moments that would not return. The underworld, as depicted by Roman artists, was a realm of contrasts, a place of horror and hope, of despair and devotion. Each brushstroke carried the weight of human experience, a reflection of the profound fears that resided in the hearts of the living. The artists understood that their work was not just about depicting the afterlife, but about capturing the essence of what it meant to be human, to grapple with the unknown. As the candles flicker and shadows dance, the viewer is reminded that these artistic depictions are more than mere representations. They are an invitation to confront the complexity of existence. Every detail, from the anguished faces of the damned to the serene expressions of the blessed, tells a story that resonates through time. The emotions are palpable, the tension ever present, creating a tapestry of feelings that binds the viewer to the past. And so, as the last brushstroke fades into the twilight, the haunting echoes of the underworld linger, waiting to be rediscovered. The stories, the emotions, the artistry all blend into a rich fabric, weaving together the lives of those who once walked the streets of Rome. The underworld remains an enduring enigma, a place where the living and the dead intertwine, a canvas upon which the fears and hopes of an entire civilization were painted with heart and soul. In this world, the line between life and death blurs, where the whispers of the departed can still be heard, urging the living to remember, to reflect, and to feel. And as the viewer takes a step back, breathless and awestruck, they sense that the journey through the underworld is far from over. The emotions swell like a tide, leading seamlessly into the next chapter of a tale that is as old as time itself. The air was thick with tension, a palpable energy that vibrated through the streets of ancient Rome. As twilight descended, shadows danced along the cobbled pathways, hinting at the mysteries that lay beneath. It was the season of the festivals, and excitement mingled with an undercurrent of fear, for the boundaries between the living and the dead were about to blur. The people crowded into the forum, their faces painted with a mix of joy and trepidation, all too aware of the whispers that floated through the air, the whispers of the underworld. The Roman festivals were not mere celebrations. They were sacred rituals, gateways to the unknown. Among them, the Feralia stood out, a day dedicated to honoring the spirits of the deceased. These moments were charged with emotion, where laughter intermingled with tears, and the living bridged the gap with their loved ones lost to death. Families gathered around altars adorned with flowers and offerings, their hearts heavy with memories, yet hopeful that the flickering candles would guide the spirits back to their side, if only for a fleeting moment. As dusk deepened, the solemn beauty of the rituals unfolded. Priests donned their ceremonial garb, embellished with symbols that connected them to the divine. They whispered prayers that hung in the air like incense, invoking the favor of the gods and the spirits that resided in the shadowy depths of the earth. It was said that in the stillness of the night, the underworld came alive, its gates creaking open, allowing the dead to roam among the living. The flickering of torches cast ghostly images, igniting the imagination and stirring ancient fears. What if the dead lingered too long? The stories told during the festivals echoed through generations, tales of the great god Pluto, ruler of the underworld, whose presence loomed over every gathering. He was both feared and revered, the keeper of souls. Images of his dark chariot, drawn by majestic black horses, danced in the minds of the faithful. On this night, he would guide lost souls, ensuring they found their way to the fields of Elysium or the shadowy depths of Tartarus, depending on their deeds in life. The weight of his influence was felt in every prayer, every offering, as families sought his mercy, hoping to appease him with gifts of food and wine. Amidst the flickering flames, the haunting melodies of mournful songs filled the air. The voices of women, dressed in flowing white robes, rose in a chorus, their harmonies echoing the sorrow of loss. They sang of loved ones taken too soon, their heartfelt words resonating with every listener, pulling at heartstrings and igniting memories. The sound wrapped around the crowd like a shroud, a reminder of mortality that hung heavily over the festivities, a bittersweet embrace of joy and grief. As night deepened, the rituals took on a more intense form. The procession to the gravesites began, a solemn march through the streets filled with flickering lights and hushed conversations. The living brought offerings of bread and wine, placing them at the graves of their ancestors, sustenance for the spirits who might visit them during the festival. When the bread was shared among family members, it became infused with the essence of those who had passed, a sacred bond that transcended even the divide of death. In the shadows, the ground trembled slightly, as if the underworld itself stirred in response to the living's call. Each step toward the burial grounds felt electric, charged with fear and hope. What awaited them beneath the earth? Were the spirits watching, waiting to respond to the offerings laid before them? The whispers of the festival echoed in their ears, reminding them of the thin veil separating this world from the next. The tension reached its pinnacle as midnight approached, the hour when the veil was the thinnest. It was said that the very air quivered, alive with the presence of the departed. The festival took on a primal energy, as the line between the living and the dead blurred even further. Laughter turned to gasps and cries, as unexpected gusts of wind swept through the crowd, sending chills down their spines. Ghostly figures appeared at the edges of the flickering light, their forms shimmering like smoke, flickering in and out of existence. Were they real, or mere figments of the imagination? The revelry of the living clashed with the sorrow of the dead in a dance of contradiction. Offerings were consumed, laughter mingled with tears, and the voices of the past intertwined with the present. Amid this chaos, the spirit of the festival surged, a living entity that drew everyone closer together as they embraced both the joy of life and the inevitability of death. And then, in an instant, it was over. The torches dimmed, the songs faded, and silence enveloped the night. The spirits, satisfied with their recognition, began to retreat into the shadows, leaving behind only the echoes of their presence. The living, too, felt a shift, a weight lifting, a moment of clarity amid the chaos. They returned home with hearts both heavy and light, remembering not just the sorrow of loss, but the beauty of connection that transcended time. But even as the festival ended, whispers remained, echoes of the underworld that lingered in the air, a reminder that the threads of existence were forever entwined. The night left them restless, a silent promise hovering in the darkness, and the anticipation of what was to come next. As dawn crept over the horizon, a new chapter awaited, one that would continue to weave the living and the dead into the fabric of Roman life, an eternal dance of memory, honor, and unseen connections. The air was thick with a chill, the kind that wrapped around you like a shroud, leaving you with an unsettling sense of the unknown. In the twilight of life, when the body lies still, what becomes of the spirit? What rights do the departed possess in the shadowy corners of Roman law? This question lingered in the minds of the living as they navigated the treacherous ground between life and the enigmatic embrace of the underworld. In ancient Rome, the dead were more than just memories. They were part of a tapestry woven with sacred beliefs and unyielding customs. The Romans held a firm conviction that the deceased retained certain rights, an idea deeply embedded in their culture, as if the very soil of their land whispered secrets of the afterlife. They believed that a proper burial was not just an act of love, but a crucial transaction between the living and the dead. Without it, one might face the wrath of the restless spirit, condemned to wander forever, seeking solace that would never come. Imagine the somber procession, draped in solemnity, where families mourned and honored their loved ones. As they made their way to the tombs, the air filled with muffled cries and the scent of incense, each step echoing a promise, the promise of dignity in death. The Romans, in their wisdom, crafted laws that ensured the deceased were treated with the utmost respect. These laws were their shield against the forces of chaos that could disrupt the peace of the afterlife. The rights of the deceased were not merely a collection of rules. They were a lifeline between the worlds. The body, once a vessel of life, was transformed into a sacred relic. The dead were entitled to a rightful place in the land of the ancestors, away from the prying eyes of the living, where their spirits could rest. The tombs stood as gateways, dark yet inviting, where the echoes of laughter and love mingled with the soft whispers of the past. Roman law mandated that the body must be cared for, a gesture that transcended the physical world. The funeral rites, laden with rituals and ceremonies, were vital. Without these, the deceased could become a vengeful ghost, forever haunting the living with their unfulfilled desires. The thought alone sent shivers down the spine, a reminder that respect paid to the dead was an act of necessity as much as love. The importance of the burial mound or the mausoleum shaped the landscape of Rome itself. The wealthy built elaborate structures adorned with inscriptions and images, while the less fortunate were often honored with simple graves marked by humble stones. Yet, regardless of status, every soul longed for recognition and remembrance. It was believed that the ancestors watched over their descendants, their spirits lingering like shadows, guiding them through the trials of life. As twilight fell, the flickering flames of the funeral pyres illuminated the faces of mourners, their tears mingling with the smoke that spiraled into the night. Each spark was a prayer, each sigh, a plea for peace. The rites held a dual purpose. They prepared the deceased for the journey ahead, while offering the living a moment to reflect on the impermanence of existence. The transition was profound, and in that moment the lines between the realms blurred. Ladies and gentlemen of Rome were keen to ensure that their loved ones were adequately remembered. Otherwise, they risked being forgotten, their names lost to the annals of time. In this regard, inscriptions became sacred. They were the vessels that carried memory beyond the grave. "Here lies Lucius, beloved son and gallant soldier," read the stone, a testament to a man who once walked among them. Each inscription served not just as a marker but as a bridge connecting the living and the dead. However, the rites of the deceased were not without their complications. The living often found themselves ensnared in a web of obligations, drawn into the intricacies of the law that governed the dead. Disputes could arise over inheritances, and the dead's wishes might clash with the living's desires. The tension could simmer beneath the surface, a palpable force, waiting to erupt. Families were torn apart as they grappled with the weight of legacy, and in their struggles, the spirits bore witness, stirring unease in the very air. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows grew longer, while echoes of ancient practices whispered through the streets of Rome. It was said that certain rituals could summon the dead, calling forth their wisdom or wrath. Rituals involving offerings, food and wine, were performed. They were the lifeblood of remembrance. The living reached out, hoping to appease the spirits and gain their favor. Those who failed to honor the deceased faced dire consequences, the specter of a vengeful ghost looming large. Yet, amidst these tensions, there was a profound beauty in the relationship between the living and the dead. Festivals honoring the ancestors brought communities together. Friends and family would gather, sharing stories and laughter, forging connections across the veil. Life and death danced in harmony, a poignant reminder that even in loss, there was celebration. The laws of the underworld in Roman thought painted a vivid picture of how desperately the living sought to understand the fate of the dead. They longed for reassurance that their loved ones were safe, that they hadn't slipped into oblivion. The very concept of justice extended beyond this world. It was an unbreakable bond that tied the living to the memories of those who had departed. The rites of the deceased were imbued with emotion, a testament to the power of love that transcended life itself. In the depths of night, as the stars twinkled like scattered dreams, the stories of the departed remained alive, echoing through the ages. The heartache, the joys, and the struggles. The tapestry continued to weave through time, creating a legacy that defied the boundaries of mortality. The rites of the deceased were whispers in the dark, urging the living to remember, to honor, and to believe that even in death, they were never truly gone. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an eerie glow across the battlefield. Shadows clung to the dying light, whispering the names of those who had fought and fallen. In that haunting twilight, the earth seemed to tremble under the weight of unspoken stories, of valor, sacrifice, and the merciless grip of death. Roman soldiers, clad in their glistening armor, stood as sentinels over the lives they had taken and the souls they had lost. The air was thick with the scent of blood and sweat, a reminder of the inevitable fate that awaited them all. In the Roman mindset, death was not just an end. It was a doorway to the underworld, a realm that awaited every soldier who dared to march into battle. For them, dying was not a failure but a badge of honor. The bravest among them sought to embrace death, believing that a noble demise would lead them to a place of eternal glory. They were spurred on by the words of their generals, who spoke of honor and valor as they recounted the heroic tales of fallen warriors. The echoes of those stories reverberated in the hearts of the soldiers, driving them to fight with unwavering courage. As the clash of swords rang out, the spirit of the underworld loomed closer, beckoning to the warriors on the field. Each thrust of a sword, each cry of agony, served as a reminder of the fine line between life and death. Yet, amid the chaos, there was something almost sacred about the act of dying in battle. Soldiers believed that to die for Rome meant to ascend to the Elysian fields, where they would join the ranks of heroes, forever remembered in the annals of history. The fear of death was eclipsed by the yearning for immortality, a desire that drove them to face their fate with defiance. A soldier named Marcus stood at the forefront of the fray, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. He had seen friends fall, their faces twisted in pain, but he pressed on, fueled by the knowledge that one day, he too would enter that shadowy realm. In his mind, he pictured the underworld not as a place of torment, but as a glorious hall filled with the laughter of heroes, where he could drink with the spirits of those who had come before him. Amid the deafening sounds of battle, Marcus caught a glimpse of a fellow soldier, Lucius, fighting valiantly beside him. They had joined the legions together, their bond forged in the fires of war. Lucius's face was a mask of determination, yet Marcus noticed a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. The two exchanged a glance, a silent promise to each other that they would not let fear dictate their fate. They would carve their names into the fabric of history, come what may. As evening descended, the tide of battle shifted. The Roman lines began to falter, the weight of their losses dragging on them like lead. The cries of the wounded mingled with the galloping hooves of enemy cavalry, and the smell of fear suffocated the air. It was in this moment of desperation that the underworld seemed to reach out with a cold hand, tempting the soldiers to surrender to despair. Yet, against all odds, Marcus felt a surge of rage and hope intertwining within him. They would not succumb to the darkness. They would become part of the stories that would echo through time. With renewed vigor, Marcus rallied his fellow soldiers, drawing strength from the very idea of honor and valor that defined them. "For Rome!" he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. The cry rippled through the ranks, igniting a fire in the hearts of his comrades. They surged forward, swords raised high, determined to write their fate with blood on the soil of their ancestors. But as the battle raged, death did not discriminate. One moment Lucius stood shoulder to shoulder with Marcus, and the next he was gone. A fleeting shadow swallowed by the clutches of the underworld. The sight of his fallen friend sent a jolt of anguish through Marcus, a reminder that valor came with a heavy price. The taste of blood in his mouth turned bitter as he fought on, grief and fury intertwining like a deadly dance. Amid the turmoil, Marcus felt the pull of the underworld more intensely than ever. It became a presence, haunting his every move, a reminder of the lives claimed by the sword. Yet he pressed on, fueled by the belief that Lucius had not perished in vain. He fought not just for glory but also for the memory of his friend, each swing of his sword a tribute to those who had fallen. As night cast its dark veil over the battlefield, the cries of the dying mingled with the silence of the fallen. The ground was soaked with the heavy essence of life lost, yet amidst the horror, there lay a strange beauty. For every soldier who fell, a story was etched into the annals of time, a testament to the courage it took to face the specter of death. Marcus knew that the underworld, though a place of darkness, was also a realm of honor. And with every life taken, he felt the pulse of those heroes who had gone before, guiding him through the chaos. The last cries of battle echoed into the night, and as the dust settled, Marcus stood among the remnants of a once proud legion. The underworld loomed, its shadow stretching across the ground, waiting to welcome its new souls. In that moment, he realized that the line between death and valor was not just a matter of battle. It was a celebration of life itself. The warriors who had fallen were not merely gone. They had become part of something greater, a legacy that would inspire those who came after. As he knelt to honor Lucius, the darkness whispered promises of glory and remembrance, urging him to embrace his fate. In the silence that followed, as the remnants of the day faded into night, Marcus felt the weight of the underworld resting upon him. He could almost hear the distant laughter of warriors past, beckoning him to join them in eternal valor. And in that moment, he understood that this was not the end, but the beginning of a new chapter in the eternal saga of Rome and its indomitable spirit. The air was thick with anticipation as the fire crackled, shadows dancing on the cold stone walls. Ancient voices whispered through the ages, calling out tales that sent shivers down the spine. For centuries, humans have gazed into the abyss, yearning to understand what lies beyond the veil of life. Stories of those who claimed to have descended into darkness, to the land of the dead, linger in the minds of many, evoking both fear and fascination. Take Orpheus, the gifted musician of Greek legend. His tale resonates through time, recounting how his love for Eurydice drove him to the underworld's gates. With only the strumming of his lyre and a heart heavy with grief, he ventured into the shadowy realm. The guardians of the underworld, fierce and unyielding, were moved by Orpheus's sorrowful song. He was granted passage, but with a dangerous condition. He must not look back until he returned to the living. As he walked through the eerie silence, he could feel the chill of death surrounding him, the weight of lost souls pressing down upon his chest. Every step was a battle against the urge to glance back at his beloved, and the moment he faltered, their hope shattered like glass. The story captures the heartache of a love lost, a warning of the risks taken when one dares to challenge the boundaries of life and death. In a different part of the world, the ancient Egyptians believed in a passage to the afterlife, a journey filled with trials and tribulations. The Book of the Dead, a sacred text, served as a guide for the departed. It told of the weighing of the heart, where the deceased stood before Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Their heart was placed on one side of a scale against the feather of Ma'at, symbolizing truth and justice. If the heart was heavy with sin, the soul faced eternal torment, devoured by Ammit, the fearsome creature with the body of a lion and the head of a crocodile. The thought of this judgment sent chills down the spines of those who believed. It was not merely a story but a reality woven into their lives, shaping their actions and beliefs. The Egyptians prepared lavish tombs, filled with treasures, to ensure a smooth journey, hoping to avoid the horrors lurking in the afterlife. Meanwhile, in Norse mythology, the concept of hell, ruled by the goddess of the same name, also explored this enigmatic passage. Hell's domain was a cold, dark place where those who did not die a heroic death went. The chilling descriptions of this place painted a picture of desolation, where the dead wandered, shunned by the glory of Valhalla. Tales of brave warriors seeking honorable deaths in battle echoed through the halls of history, driving men to fight valiantly, not just for glory in this life, but for a chance at a better existence in the next. The fear of being cast into hell served as a powerful motivation, a reminder that the choices made in life dictated one's fate after death. Then there were the tales from the indigenous cultures of the Americas, where the underworld was sometimes seen as a place of both fear and solace. In Aztec tradition, the dead traversed Mictlan, a dark and difficult journey that required navigation through 9 treacherous realms. The fading light of the sun barely reached the souls as they made their way, needing the help of a guide, a small dog, Zoloit Squintly, to lead them through. These stories shared the understanding that death was not an end but a transformation, a journey that each individual must undertake alone. The dread and respect intertwined, reflecting a culture that honored both life and the inevitable journey into the unknown. As the night deepened, whispers of the past grew louder, revealing even darker tales. Consider the chilling account from the ancient Greeks of the mythical hero Heracles, who, in his labors, ventured into the underworld to retrieve the 3-headed dog, Cerberus. The very thought of stepping into that realm filled with lost souls, tormented spirits, and timeless suffering sent a shudder through those who recounted it. Heracles faced not just physical challenges, but the psychological weight of confronting death itself. The depths of despair were palpable, as shadows flitted just beyond his reach, reminding him that he was trespassing in a land where few returned unscathed. From the depths of these legends rose a universal truth. The underworld has long been a mirror reflecting humanity's deepest fears and hopes. Each culture crafted their narratives not just to entertain but to grapple with the mystery of mortality. They sought to capture the essence of what it meant to be human, to love, to lose, and to face the darkness ahead. In the early 20th century, a different kind of journey manifested when the poet W.B. Yeats, surrounded by the mystique of ancient lore, sought to understand the spiritual realms. His fascination with the occult and the mystical led him to conduct seances and explore the connections between life and death through vivid dreams and encounters. His writings echoed the melancholy of those who sought answers beyond the physical world, leaving a trail of poetic exploration that intertwined with the very fabric of the afterlife. Yet, even in modern times, the underworld continues to inspire those bold enough to seek its secrets. Accounts of near-death experiences, where individuals report visions of dark tunnels, brilliant lights, and encounters with lost loved ones, weave a tapestry of emotions that span centuries. The shared stories resonate with anyone who has faced the specter of death, reminding them that the line between life and what lies beyond is thinner than one might think. A sense of unease hung in the air, thickening with every whispered tale as the fire crackled and settled. The shadows grew longer, stretching out as if to grasp the hearts of those who dared listen. Each story intertwining with the next, creating a web that pulled tighter, revealing that the journey through life was merely the beginning, a prelude to the enigma that awaited beyond the final breath. Each account, a breadcrumb leading deeper into the mystery, left an imprint on the minds of those gathered, compelling them to ponder, to question, to feel the weight of uncertainty that hung over them. The allure of the underworld remained, an unquenchable thirst for understanding, forever calling them back to the brink of the unknown. The ancient city of Rome lay beneath a sprawling sky, its breath mingling with the whispers of the past. Underneath the bustling streets, a shadowy world beckoned, a place where the living and the dead intertwined in a delicate dance. It was here, in the hushed stillness of the underworld, that the very spirit of Roman architecture found its voice, a voice shaped by fear, reverence, and an unyielding desire for immortality. The grandeur of the Roman Empire is perhaps best captured in its temples and tombs, structures that stood as gateways between the earthly realm and the afterlife. Temples, with their towering columns and intricate sculptures, were not merely places of worship. They were sanctuaries where mortals sought favor from the gods, hoping to influence their destinies and secure a safe passage to the next life. The very architecture of these sacred spaces was imbued with a sense of awe, echoing the sentiments of those who believed that the favor of the divine could be swayed by the beauty of stone and marble. Each temple was a tribute, a heartfelt plea to the gods who governed fate. The Pantheon, a magnificent dome that seemed to stretch towards the heavens, whispered stories of the cosmos's unending cycle of life and death. Its oculus, a round opening at the top, allowed the light to pour in, a symbolic connection between the world of the living and the celestial realm above. Those who entered felt a rush of emotion, a mixture of hope and humility, standing beneath a sky made of stone. Every curve and every line in its design was deliberate, crafted to evoke a sense of wonder and to remind the faithful of their transient existence. Yet, it was in the tombs that the true influence of the underworld revealed itself. The intricate mausoleums, such as those lining the Via Appia, served as eternal homes for the departed, spaces where memory and architecture coalesced into something deeply spiritual. Each tomb was a narrative in stone, telling tales of love, loss, and the enduring bonds that transcended even death. The lavish decorations, the carved reliefs depicting the lives of the deceased, were meant to ensure that their stories would never fade, a desperate grasp at immortality in a world that was ever-changing. The catacombs, those labyrinthine burial grounds hidden from the prying eyes of the living, were unique in their somber beauty. Here, the walls were lined with niches that cradled the remains of countless souls, each one a testament to the lives once lived. Flickering candles illuminated the dim corridors, casting moving shadows that danced like specters against the stone. Those who dared to tread these sacred paths were met with an eerie silence that echoed the weight of history. The air was thick with emotion, heavy with the memories of grief and hope. Every step seemed to stir the spirits, awakening ghostly echoes of a time long past. In the making of these tombs, artisans poured their hearts into the stone, carving intricate motifs that symbolized the journey to the afterlife. The use of symbols like the phoenix, a powerful representation of rebirth and resurrection, served as a reminder that death was not the end but a transformation. The architecture was not merely functional. It was a canvas painted with the deepest fears and aspirations of humanity. An uncomplicated yet profound relationship existed between the living and the dead, one that breathed life into the very stones that surrounded them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the city, the temples and tombs of Rome became more than just structures. They were sentinels of time, standing watch over the fragility of life. The interplay between light and darkness, life and death, was palpable in every corner of the city. The architectural choices made by the Romans were steeped in an understanding of the human condition, a reflection of their desire to connect with the divine and to honor those who had passed on. The architecture of the underworld was more than a mere influence. It was a guiding force. The shape of the arch, the grandeur of the dome, and the beauty of the columns all echoed the longing for permanence in a world defined by impermanence. The Romans understood that to honor the dead was to celebrate life itself. This profound realization infused their creations with a spiritual essence that transcended the physical realm. As the moon rose high, illuminating the ruins with a silvery glow, the whispers of the past grew louder. Each temple and tomb beckoned to those willing to listen, inviting them to ponder their own existence. The structures stood as a reminder that every life has a story, every moment a purpose, and that in the grand tapestry of time, the threads of life and death were intricately woven together. The underworld's influence on Roman architecture was not a distant echo. It was a vibrant pulse that resonated throughout the city. The fear of oblivion, the hope for an afterlife, and the desire for legacy fueled a creative spirit that transformed the landscape into a testament of faith and artistry. The living walked among the dead, navigating the spaces where memories lingered, and the air crackled with the weight of unspoken stories. As night deepened, the darkness began to thicken, creating a shroud over the city. The temples stood firm against the backdrop of the starry sky, their silhouettes stark and commanding. The tombs whispered secrets of those who had once tread the ground now hallowed by memory. In this sacred exchange between the living and the dead, one could almost hear the heartbeat of Rome, an eternal rhythm of passion, fear, and triumph, echoing through the annals of time. Dark clouds loomed above, casting a shadow over a lone figure standing at the edge of a crumbling cliff. The wind howled around them, carrying whispers of ancient legends and lost souls. Below, the river Styx glimmered ominously, its waters reflecting the eerie glow of a pale moon. It was a scene both haunting and beautiful, a reminder that the underworld has haunted imaginations for centuries, transforming through the lens of modern interpretations in film, literature, and art. As if summoned from the depths of history, echoes of myth danced through the air. The underworld, a place of judgment and despair, has endured as more than a shadowy realm where the dead reside. It has morphed into a canvas upon which the fears and hopes of humanity are painted. From the chilling corridors of Dante's Inferno to the nightmarish visions in contemporary horror films, the underworld remains a fertile ground for storytelling, where emotions run high and darkness meets light. In the dimly lit theaters, audiences sit transfixed as shadows flicker on the screen. They gasp and shudder as the characters embark on treacherous journeys through hellish landscapes, confronting their deepest fears. Each scream reverberates, reminding them of their own mortality. In movies like The Cabin in the Woods and What Dreams May Come, the underworld is not merely a place of punishment. It is a labyrinth of choices, reflecting the struggles of the living. Every scene is a reminder that the line between good and evil is thin, and redemption often lies just beyond the veil of despair. In literature, the underworld serves as a haunting backdrop where characters wrestle with their past. In Neil Gaiman's The Sandman, death is not feared but is portrayed as a compassionate guide through the afterlife. Here, the underworld breathes with life, full of stories waiting to be told. Readers are drawn in, feeling the weight of each character's choices, the pain of loss, and the longing for redemption. The narrative wraps around them like a shroud, leaving them breathless, unable to look away. Art, too, has not shied away from depicting this dark domain. The brushstrokes of artists like Hieronymus Bosch and Gustave Doré invite viewers to peer into hellish scenes filled with agony and ecstasy. In Bosch's The Garden of Earthly Delights, the underworld is depicted not only as a place of punishment, but as a reflection of human folly and desire. Each figure is captured in a moment of raw emotion, joy, fear, despair, forcing the onlooker to confront their own humanity. It's as if the paintings breathe, alive with the haunting essence of those who once walked the earth and now linger in the shadows. Even as the myths evolve, the essence of the underworld remains unchanged. It is a realm that stirs the soul. The blend of horror and fascination keeps hearts racing and minds whirring. The promise of darkness mingles with the hope of salvation, creating a dance of tension that is hard to resist. In the flickering light of a projector or the quiet pages of a book, the underworld whispers secrets that resonate deeply within. The pulse quickens at the thought of heroes and heroines navigating their way through this chaotic abyss. They face trials and tribulations that test their mettle and reveal their true selves. In films like Hercules, audiences are treated to a vibrant reimagining of the underworld, where characters confront not just monsters, but their own fears and failures. The laughter and tears of these tales pull viewers into a world that feels both fantastical and achingly real. In literature, the underworld continues to evolve, with authors like Margaret Atwood weaving complex narratives that challenge traditional notions of life after death. The underworld becomes a metaphor for personal struggle, a dark mirror reflecting the chaos of the human experience. Each word lingers like a haunting melody, inviting readers to reflect on their own journeys through love, loss, and the search for meaning. Art, too, embraces this evolution. Contemporary artists like Chris Offaly use vibrant colors to depict the struggle of the human spirit against a backdrop of darkness. Their works invite viewers to confront their discomfort with mortality and the unknown. Each piece serves as a reminder that within the chaos lies beauty, and within darkness, there can be moments of light. The emotions evoked are palpable, creating a visceral connection to the ongoing struggle of the human condition. As the figure at the cliff's edge continues to gaze into the swirling waters below, the air thickens with the weight of choices unmade. The underworld is not merely a place for the dead. It is a reflection of our own lives, our fears, and our hopes. It continues to be a source of inspiration, a haunting reminder that the stories of our past shape our present. The tales spun around the flickering flames of creativity will never cease, for the underworld is an eternal source of fascination, a well of inspiration that beckons storytellers, artists, and dreamers alike. With hearts racing and the pulse of anxiety thrumming in their veins, the audience feels every emotion as the line between fear and fascination blurs. They are compelled to look deeper, to question what lies in the shadows, and to ponder their own journeys through the darkness. In the end, the underworld remains an ever-evolving narrative, rich with history, emotion, and an unyielding human spirit that seeks to understand the mysteries that lie beyond. In the dim glow of a flickering streetlight, shadows dance eerily against the crumbling brick walls, whispering forgotten tales of life and death beneath the busy city above. The air is thick with history, pulsing with the memories of those who once treaded the very ground now bustling with modernity. Just below, a world thrives in darkness, echoing the fears and fascinations of humanity for centuries. This is the Roman underworld, a realm that continues to haunt the imagination of contemporary culture, pulling us into its chilling embrace. From ancient myths to modern horror films, the specter of the Roman underworld is everywhere. It calls to the curious and the brave, inspiring tales of lost souls trapped in limbo, of revengeful spirits, and of divine retribution. The stories of Orpheus and Eurydice, where love transcends death, resonate deeply, reminding us of the emotional ties that bind us to those we've lost. It's a narrative that sends shivers down the spine, the kind that lingers long after the last page is turned or the final scene fades to black. It was in the very streets of Rome that the ancient poets first transformed fear into art. Virgil's Aeneid painted the underworld not just as a place of torment, but as a profound landscape where the past and future collide. The chilling journey through the dark halls of Hades became a metaphor for loss, longing, and the search for meaning. This rich tapestry of emotions found in the text has woven its way into the fabric of our modern storytelling, manifesting in films, novels, and art. In contemporary cinema, the echoes of the Roman underworld reverberate through horror and fantasy genres. Consider a scene from a film where the protagonist, overwhelmed by grief, finds themselves wandering through an ethereal landscape reminiscent of the river Styx. The atmosphere thickens with tension as they confront the specters of their past, each one a haunting reminder of choices made and lives lost. The chilling resonance of a distant voice breaks the silence, asking the question that haunts every heart: what would you sacrifice to bring back a loved one? This is the essence of the underworld that grips the audience, leaving them breathless at the intersection of life and death. Television shows have also embraced this haunting legacy. Think of the series that weave intricate narratives around loss, betrayal, and the supernatural. As characters traverse their own personal underworlds, literal or metaphorical, they grapple with their deepest fears and desires. Their struggles echo the ancient themes found in the writings of Ovid and Seneca, reminding viewers that human emotion is timeless, just as the underworld itself endures. Each episode becomes a new journey, a fresh exploration of what it means to confront the shadows within. Children's literature, too, is not untouched by this legacy. Tales of adventure often weave in elements reminiscent of the Roman underworld, where young heroes face challenges that echo the trials of Hercules. The underworld is transformed into a place of discovery, where children confront their fears and emerge stronger. Yet, the underlying tension remains, the sense that even in the most whimsical stories, the shadows linger just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to rise. Even in art, the haunting legacy of the Roman underworld finds its voice. Modern artists channel the emotional weight of myth through vivid imagery and symbolism. Paintings depicting the descent into darkness reveal the struggle of the soul, capturing the viewer's imagination and stirring an emotional response. Each stroke of the brush breathes life into ancient tales, showing that the themes of loss, redemption, and the fight against despair are as relevant today as they were thousands of years ago. As the night deepens, a chill settles in, wrapping around the shoulders of those who walk the streets above. The ancient catacombs beneath the city stand as a testament to the fears that have permeated human existence for centuries. Whispered legends tell of spirits who wander through these labyrinthine tunnels, their mournful cries echoing in the silence. The very foundation of the city tells stories of those who have departed but never truly left. The underworld is not just a place of torment. It's a reminder of our humanity, a reflection of our deepest fears, and a celebration of our most profound loves. The power of the Roman underworld lies not solely in its darkness but in the light it casts on the human experience. It challenges us to confront our fears and to seek understanding in the face of loss. This enduring legacy thrives in our culture today, reminding us that the struggle between light and darkness is a universal truth. As we navigate our own personal underworlds, we become part of a timeless story that transcends history, a narrative that binds us to one another through the shared experience of love, loss, and the indomitable spirit of hope. Within this rich tapestry, threads of comedy and tragedy intermingle, creating a complex narrative that captivates audiences of all ages. The mingling of joy and sorrow, laughter and tears, mirrors the very essence of life. Just as the ancient Romans celebrated their gods and feared their wrath, our contemporary culture reflects a similar duality, a dance between reverence for the past and the relentless pursuit of understanding in the present. The stories we create today remain forever intertwined with those of the ancients, echoing through time, carrying the weight of human emotion that refuses to fade. With each passing moment, the underworld pulls us closer, the shadows whispering secrets of what lies beneath, reminding us that the line between life and death is thinner than we often dare to acknowledge. The legacy of the Roman underworld is alive and well, beating like a heart beneath our feet, urging us to turn the page, to watch the next scene unfold, and to confront the shadows that linger just out of sight. The ancient and the modern blend seamlessly, drawing us into a cycle of fear and fascination that knows no end.